Now my mic's on. There it is. Hello, everyone. Wait. I have a thing. I can't do a Liam Neeson impression. What's up? Hey, everyone. I hope you had a good Christmas holiday if you're celebrating or if you just had a day off. Hope you had some nice time with family, friends, if you were fortunate enough to do so. We're back in the saddle. We're back to streaming, and boy, a lot of things have happened. You know, I decided to take a little easy over the holidays, but the turtle grind never stops. Because the second I have about 10 seconds to myself to calm down. By the way, this is my vape is now my lightsaber, canonically. Yeah, the second I have like 10 seconds of idleness to myself, I get all moody and stir crazy. So I immediately find myself to throw myself right back into stuff. So I have some stuff to share. If you're wondering about what the heck you're seeing on your screen, new lore dropped on Vrograg. Some of you might know the extended Vrograg universe, which are just like my three main characters. There's Vrograg, the news orc, right? He actually does have some RP lore behind him. Shibiji, the evil forest troll witch, and Obamsawin, the kind-hearted shaman. I mean, I'm giving Obamsawin a lot of screen time, but that's fine. I rate on her. However, something happened to Vrograg. See, Vrograg and Shibiji don't get along very well, or Vrograg wants to make it work with Shibiji, but Shibiji's just kind of evil, and Vrograg did something that upset Shibiji, and Shibiji put a curse on him. You see, Vrograg told Shibiji that almost any conflict can be resolved with good communication and good faith participants that want to see a better outcome. The kind of thing that I would say. That's the kind of thing, I would say. And you know what? Shibiji was not happy with that. And she said, because she's also a witch, she said, "Oh, really? You think conversation, negotiation, that kind of Star Trek-y stuff, you think that can solve everything? Well then, how about this? Put a curse on Vrograg and made him into a dryad." Now, to some of those of you who are a little lore light, I mean, obviously, you would assume the dryads that are very closely associated with night elves, probably not good friends of the orcs. But if you know even a little bit about some of the Warcraft 3 lore, technically kind of sort of the fel-infused orcs did kill Cenarius, who is like, I believe, the god and also father of all the dryads. So Shibiji thought it was a fitting irony to be turned into a dryad. So Vrograg's had to try to find his way through all that. It was really something that I just did. I bumped into Liraloon. I actually wanted to thank her. I think it's Liraloon who did the animations. It might have been someone else. I might also be mixing up names. But I wanted to try out the Dryad illusion just to see the animations and stuff and check it out. And I was RPing with Liraloon, and I just made that up on the spot. So that is now the situation with Vrograg. Don't worry, I can still fish. Also, it is green, of course. There are a number of them. So there's a disguise on the... Yes, so the camera you're seeing is sort of a meta representation of Vrograg's inner vision of himself. We all have this, right? They explain it in the Matrix, guys. Everyone has an image of themselves in their head, right? It might not be accurate, but it is what it is. So the camera you see, that is what I sometimes imagine myself, and then I have to disguise that into human so people don't freak out, right? But in game, I've been turned into a dryad. Hope that helps. It's many layers deep. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Hello, Raukangren, Larazia. We had Joe Cobb, Soap, Lava, Indecipherable, bunch of numbers and letters next to each other. Saying reels up, pulls out. Love to see that. Anyone else? Slippin', hello. And Lizzie Babs, as always. The GOAT Lizzie Babs. Essentially fighting Raukangren for my most darling of chatters. We will be fishing in Ashara today as long as the nice fishing pool is available. We are actually, we are joined today by some fishing royalty. Oh, did I just... Oh, okay. I muted myself. That was weird. Okay. Rodfather, the Fishslayer. As you can see, I wanted people to see this, that Vrograg no longer does have the title, and indeed Rodfather does have it. We're among fishing royalty right now. The man, the myth, the legend, Rodfather, who will... Really, we're insects compared to his deific level of fishing, which right now you can see him working heartily away at the fish, because they're biting today. Hold on, wait. Let's just see. Larazia said, again, check my message further up just so you're aware, because you definitely should be. Oh, okay. I'll check it out. Thank you for paying. Did something terrible. Oh, is that about Ambershire? So I know they had a vote for stuff. For those of you who are like me and are old and saw a new realm and were like, I don't want to level again. And just let all the young kids and the fresh chasers have fun. I have been keeping tabs on them, but I'm not very involved in their community. Yeah, but yes, Larazia, if there is some news about that, I'm sure anyone here would be interested to know, because I know some people do. I think Rodfather did skip off. He might be fishing in other waters. Next time I see him, I will ask him for words of wisdom. But you know what? Rodfather doesn't really speak many words of wisdom. What he does is speak through his actions, which are almost always fishing. So on the docket for tonight, we'll be chatting. We'll be catching up. It's mostly just going to be fishing, but haven't really been able to discuss some new developments, new events. Not that I think my takes, reactions, or disassembling of news necessarily matters. But I think in the larger scheme of things, because of my privileged point of view and the level of access I have, I think I can sometimes bring better context and understanding into some of the more complex and strange things happening on Turtle WoW. Plus, I haven't been doing like the radio news, so like it still bothers me when there's like a news story that like I don't cover in some way, shape, and form. So just bear with me, right, as we go through this very strange compulsion of mine. Also, I'm gonna fix my chat. Why are you like this, chat? Why are you not you chat? Look at that. I just want it to cut off right about there. Okay. So on the docket, like I said, we're going to be chatting about some stuff in the news. Want to go over the icon differentiation project for 1.18. It's that time of year again. What else did I have? Yeah, we have a couple cute features we're going to talk about. So, unfortunately, because I'm going to be chatting and playing with web browsers, I'm not going to be fishing as much as I'd normally like to, but it is what it is. Where's the one I... There it is. Ah, okay. So, sort of top of the pile, I think we could all agree is sort of the name change stuff that happened recently. Now, for those of you who don't know, and I think it's fair to review some news items, but yeah, Turtle WoW, seemingly now renamed Turtlecraft, is in some legal hot water with Blizzard. For those of you that don't know, there is a whole separate arbitration system. I think it's an international panel of adjudication for copyright issues with websites specifically. Now, of course, we know the internet is worldwide, and because of that, they have I think a separate governing body that looks at things like this. And I believe, I'm assuming at least, right, that Blizzard probably applied some pressure to Turtle WoW through that to force a domain name change. So, if you don't know, every single web utility site, anything like that you might have used before, it's gonna now start, rather than turtle-wow, it's gonna be Turtlecraft, and then rather than .org, it's .gg. I thought it was interesting too, because you can see even here, this account used to be called Turtle WoW, so they even had to change the Discord name. So boy, that's got to be annoying. So far, though, it doesn't seem like there's been any big issues. That's right. Rodfather, I don't know if you're comfortable with me workshopping your words of wisdom, but might I suggest, rather than always be fishing, how about ABC, always be casting? Yeah, Larazia, I'm sure they did miss a few things. The thing is that Turtle WoW has been around since 2018, so I'm sure there's some old stuff. I mean, even my YouTube videos, right, that link to Turtle WoW, those links won't work anymore. Am I gonna go through all those links and fix it? Nah. But it is an interesting development, one that I think doesn't signify much more than Blizzard continues acting like the petulant, spoiled, bloated carcass of whatever it used to be in its tantrum over World of Warcraft and people daring to make something better than them with a shoestring budget and more time on their hands than they know what to do with. That's not news, though. The fact that Acalix isn't active anymore makes it so that the info page on Discord is outdated and we can't get it updated yet. Really? That was tied to Acalix? I'm surprised Torta doesn't have access. I know Shadows... So, if anyone doesn't know, I don't think there's someone that is nearly as community-facing and chatty as Acalix used to be, but I believe there is someone in that role, like a community coordinator kind of person. Their name's Shadowsong. Please don't go pinging them or whatever, but I believe that's like a new liaison or whatever we have. We'll get into some of the words I had for Shadowsong recently, but we'll cover that when we cover it. This is pretty big news. So, I think if you have been following along with the Unreal Azeroth stuff, this is sad news, indeed, that the development agreement with Unreal Azeroth is no longer being continued. Some things that I would like to talk about, at least in this, is that, like, I have spoken to Cenarius. I have spoken to team members. I berated Shadowsong about this. Everyone is being super tight-lipped. Like, tight-lipped to a point that, like, even if I'm like, hey, like, anything off the record, like, not even that. So, what I can say is that, I mean, Unreal Azeroth still exists. I believe that Cenarius would still, with his team, still continue the development that they started a while ago to make a faithful recreation of the vanilla client in Unreal Azeroth. That there's been no announcement about Unreal Azeroth shutting down or stopping. I imagine if there's no longer an agreement between these two parties, there's probably not going to be continued development because development's expensive, and I'm sure, knowing what I know about Cenarius, I'm sure Cenarius will still work on it, but for some people, you need a day job, and not having one can be difficult. So I don't know where that stuff is. I do know, though, based on the relationships that I've had with some of these people stretching years, them not being able to tell me anything is also telling. Yep, yeah, it was pretty much the same thing, Lorazia, yeah. So, like I was saying, the fact that no one could tell me anything, everyone was being really tight-lipped, the optimistic point of view that one could take is that there is this was like deliberate or planned, or, some sort of conspiracy, and they're going to do it anyway. But literally, that is conjecture. I can't confirm that, and I think it's irresponsible to even say that. On the other side, the more cynical side, I would add that I think the Turtle team fumbled here, not with this announcement. If they have to make this announcement for whatever reason they need to make that announcement, that's fine. That's their prerogative. What I see as a big disappointment, though, is that this is a irresponsibly small amount of information. The reason I say that is because there's people like myself, maybe you, who have donated to the project over years in some cases. Some of that money, I would assume, because they had a partnership, would have gone to the development of Turtle 2.0. Them not giving us any accounting for what happened to that money, nothing more than we're sorry. I think in this particular case, I think it's not great. It's really not a good look, and I understand that they have their reasons, I'm sure, but I just think this is I don't even know if irresponsible is the correct word, but I think it's negligent to not say more about any of this. I think it's a situation where no one can be a winner. I think, and so I'm not I'm not going to drag the team about this, but I'm very disappointed. Not because of the announcement, but because I feel the community is owed more than a we're sorry. That's pretty much the long and short of what I have to say about it. I have expressed this opinion. I'm going to read verbatim some of the questions I've had in my pseudo-private Discord where I do news stuff. I asked... this is more of me. I was more like doing direct questioning where you kind of make assertions to do a yes/no kind of thing. But I said, Turtle Management has supported Unreal Azeroth with development funding. The Unreal Azeroth and Turtle team have been and are separate projects. Turtle used donations from the project to help fund Unreal Azeroth. And this is an important note. The word permanent is in the announcement, which I think Lorazia posted. So the only thing the community knows is that there is no way for Turtle 2.0 to happen. So, kind of like what I just walked you guys through, is the logical conclusion of that is people donated to Turtle WoW and got nothing for it. Again, donation is not transactional, right? There's not a receipt. There's not a bill of sale that I'm going to donate this and then you do this. However, the person or entity you're donating to, I think ethically does owe the people that donate some sort of understanding of what happens with that donation. Mind you, I don't really know Shadow Song, and I was grilling him. Or her. I actually don't. I think they've responded to him. I'm going to say they until I know for sure. I'm pretty sure it's a him, though. And any other question I asked got... they have a new roadmap coming up. Everything else is no comment. I mean, I'd like to think that maybe if this happened when Akalix was around, maybe I could get something out. Maybe I could convince him to say something about this. But anyway, so definitely wanted to talk about that. Lorazia says, the people that claim they did it for the money and always knew it wasn't going to happen need to be quiet. I agree that this was a fumble, that it was discontinued. So, I mean, Lorazia, at least what I can say about that, I've seen the client, an alpha version. I've seen it be played before. Like straight up, it wasn't pre-recorded footage. It was me talking to Cenarius, and Cenarius be it screen sharing. So unless that's a 5-head galaxy brain deception, it's a very good one if that's the case. So I mean, to those people, Lorazia, I don't think you could convince them of anything. But for what it's worth, I mean, I know it exists. I think a nice or funny, I guess would say, outcome is just Cenarius just says, yeah, screw it. Just publishes everything, just leaves it open source, which would suck because I know how much Cenarius and his team has put work into it. At the same time, there's a bit of an irony to it because I know a lot, at least some amount of community source and old tools that came openly from the community were used in the development of it. So that'd be some kind of full cycle thing, but yeah. Lorazia also says, it sucks to see the amount of information that everyone is getting, having take a step back. Yeah. And it's so, at least for my part, Lorazia, I've expressed this a couple times, and I think most people who have watched my stuff for a while kind of know where I'm at with this, but there is definitely a chilling effect. when you know that a multi-billion-dollar company is like looking for you. It's not like I don't want to be able to speak my mind, but like when I go to make like turtle content, genuinely, it's like nerve-wracking, and it makes me very anxious, because I can tell you guys that I'm fine. I can even feel fine sometimes, but I don't know what Blizzard's capable of, and the world's a scary place. I don't talk about it much, but I've been on the wrong side of the law. So, the world can be very ugly, and it's hard having that in your head, and I can only imagine what the turtle team's doing. Like, maybe, it's a little bit more comfortable, like, because I live in the US, right? So that makes my exposure a lot more. But, they're not going after me, right? Not really. Thank you, Boy, for the Prime. Appreciate that. Unless it was 3 primes. I don't really know how to read that notification thing. But thank you either way. As I was saying, though, like, they're not really going after me. They just want my information. Like, I don't think I have the wherewithal, skill, or ability to run a private server. So I have that to fall back on, right? But the people that are actually running this stuff, the people that like really make everything work, I can't imagine the kind of like stress or pressure that is. And it does make you second guess what kind of information you can put out. They've been keeping on with their promotion and working on what they're working on. But I can say from keeping up with the Joneses and talking to the developers and team members, like a certain amount of time they do spend dealing with legal BS. For instance, the domain name. Like, that's a good example. The web devs and the team had to change a bunch of stuff to fit a new web domain. So this is annoying for them, but remember, this is also kind of like an attack on you if you like Turtle WoW. That's time that could have been used for Turtle WoW that you're being denied by a company that you probably don't want to use or give money to. Like they're literally making it so that they do a worse job. Good job, Blizzard. Great Pyrrhic victory. God, I'm going to beat this horse to death, guys. I'm sorry, but, you've been great. You let me vent. Brock Hengren says, I'm much more interested if you will fire Warcraft 2 tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I said I will, Brock Hengren. I plan to. Warcraft Wednesdays, where I play Warcraft. Warcraft 2 right now. We'll see how that goes. I can't promise as long of a stream, because Wednesdays are a little tighter for me, usually. Wait. Well, let me check my calendar. Wait a second. Tomorrow's New Year's Eve. Maybe not, but I do genuinely intend to just do Warcraft streams on Wednesdays. Anyway. Thank you for letting me vent, guys. Alright. So, that was news. Have something, a little palate cleanser. Can I just pause that? Alright. We had a little promo video that was put out. It's only like almost 2 minutes long. We can watch through it and take a little look-see.
Long ago, the Tauren sought refuge from the harshness of the world. Many tribes battled for dominance, and those that could harness the great flowing waters and shelter of the canyon were those that were the strongest. The first were the Cloudhoof, and then the Stone Mane, before conflict and deceit broke apart the tribes and scattered them to become nomads. The Windhorn are...
Did you see it? If you blinked, you might have missed it. What's that? Enhance. Can I enhance? I can't enhance, sorry. Right here. Can I go back like a second, maybe? Right here. That is definitely a goblin wearing a backpack. What does it mean? What does it mean?
Are not the first.
I know they tease another image of it, but...
To think they can claim this ancestral site as their own. Violence and dominance are a part of our world.
Also, just look at this map. You'll see up here, I think they had said this in other spots, but I know they were particularly inspired by, I think it's like the Puebla, Native Peoples of America. They live in the cliff sides like this, where they have like these houses are like built into cliff sides, and you can see it right here. It's a small detail, but I really like that they're taking inspiration from, you know, more American Native traditions. That's just great continuity, and I appreciate that.
As much as any other creature.
Blink it, you'll miss it. New texture for a tent? I could be wrong. Someone can correct me. I don't recall seeing this color palette on the tents. Maybe it's an old pattern, but recolored could be it too. Maybe Bowie, you know more about it. The only natives people I really studied, was the Iroquois Confederation. So I learned a little bit about like their history and culture and stuff. But if you know more, and Bo, you're saying smaller version of Thunderbluff Center Ted's. Well, it looks like that, but like. This is all recolors, right? Because we've seen these entities, but like that's just a different color palette. I just don't want to share. Okay.
Their dominance are a part of our world as much as any other.
But yeah, I'm just saying this color palette I haven't seen. Also, I think we'll see another image of it later. Also. There's just a whole vibe to seeing a Kodo with a big old pole arm on a Kodo. You'll love to see it.
Do not let our times fool you, outsider. Care thinks he can determine the destiny of the Tauren? To become one with the Horde? We Tauren have always found our own.
Right here. Well, I think you'll see one coming forward. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's one of the Troll Berserker models, with some additions and different modeling to just make it Tauren, because the animation's the same. That's interesting. The proportions feel a little weird, but I like the reuse of this asset.
Blackwind are no different.
All right, let me fix that. So I thought that was pretty cool. I'm interested. All right, what's the music back going again? This is more recent news. They put an announcement out about a new challenge mode they're putting out. It's going to be called Trial of Heroism. Achieve level 58 by earning experience strictly from orange and red tier monsters and quests. Interesting. I don't know how that might kind of pan out or work, but I'm down to clown. I like it. I like the concept here. I'm trying to think like how that would actually make things work. What kind of title you'd get? I would say the heroic. That would be a shoo-in. That might be a bit too simple. Turtle Team does like overly complicating things, which is what I love them for. They do the same thing I do. Last couple levels is going to be insane since it will be raid. Oh, I didn't even think about that angle. Wait, how do you get that then? Because like raid quests give like nothing. I guess that's why you have to stop it at 58. When does I don't know how that would work. I'm trying to think. So like there's probably orange level quests in the level 60 plus dungeons like Black Morass, Stormwind Vaults, and Carrot Crypts. That might count. I don't think it has to all be raids. Oh, I know it gives XP, but it's not much. And the reason I know that is because I've brought a hunter pet into a raid before, and you get like nothing for XP. You need to do a 5-man to get good XP for a hunter pet, as it turns out. We'll talk about this later, but this is an interesting wrinkle because I don't know if I could want to do it like every year, I guess, because I've been doing this for a couple years, right? This year I did the Path of Rexar. I did like a self-imposed leveling challenge. I kind of want to do that again. I don't know what class I want to pick, what kind of conceit I'd like to put on it, but maybe the Trial Heroism might be something I'd like to mess around with. I don't know how obnoxious it would be, but I'd be interested. So we have this image here. You're looking for an update on the development directions. We'll soon publish a completely refreshed roadmap with the patch 1.18.1 release very close. I don't know, they say very close. Is it though? I don't know. By the way, I don't know dates or anything. I know they've done a ton of work, but I don't know where they're at in like completion level. And many of you have been through this cycle before, right? There's like a different level of like feeling how close it is. My gut says it's not as close, and I don't even know how well informed that is. Like when I say not that close, is like, if I had to guess, I'm guessing like February, maybe. So, saying very close, I don't know. I mean, maybe it is like 2 weeks away, but I don't know about that. Also, if you are insane like me and regularly go into theory crafting, there's usually like 2 or 3 crazy people too who just like, are we getting patch notes today? They always do that. Anyway, guess the name and level of this new dungeon. Can I just like going into scan mode here? All right, so the architecture is definitively dwarven, it would seem. The lighting effect and ice makes it seem icy. I don't see any other clues we might pick up here. Not much else to go off of. The only place I've seen that looks like this is maybe like Ice Point Rock or something in Wintervale. So, my free server updates didn't come out on time. I mean, you said it. I mean, I was talking about it before. I feel like Turtle 2.0 was a situation where it's like, okay, but you use those resources for a project that didn't happen. I feel like that's a different level than like people being like, where's the batch? It's like, just calm down, dude. So I don't know if I could guess the name of this. I don't think anyone could. Caverns of no... Ooh, wow. Hey, only bays. You really got him. You really got him good. Chill Whisper Caverns. That's actually a good suggestion. Ooh, you know, it could be Winter Spring. The reason I didn't think Winter Spring is because it looks like Dwarven Ruins. Depths of Dunmoreau. That actually be kind of interesting. Chilly Cave, level 20 in Burning Steps. I know I'm right. Oh, Rodfather, I know you eat up challenges. I'm sure you'll be doing it. Well, the other thing they said here is that it's going to be a... We don't know if this is going to be... I mean, this could be... Chill... Moon Whisper Coast. But, like, I didn't get the vibe that it was frosty cold. Also, do you know how hard it is to have something frozen inside a cave? This one's my favorite. Whisper Fart Caverns. I like them. I like the cut of this guy's jib. All right. So, this is out of order. These are the change logs. Not much to talk about on this one, except for Snowball will no longer become enraged when hit with frost spells. Too many people were grieving Snowball. If you know, you know. Was there anything else I wanted to talk on this one? No, but they did acknowledge the lava incident. Which is funny. I think those people were restored, but... This one's hyper-specific. Nothing here is too crazy. This one's funny. Fix an issue with Paladin's two-handed weapon specialization talent, where swapping weapon types, such as switching from an axe to a mace, would result in losing the bonus weapon skill. Get wrecked, Paladins. This one's been like a long issue. I know with shamans, again, same issue. It's like a talent says it does something, it doesn't do the thing, and then you need someone who's like obsessed, like I get about stuff, to like actually check and then be like, no, I've done the math. That's not how. Nope. You're wrong, Turtle Team. You're wrong. At least they're willing to listen. Magus. Eridan Dusk Tower will no longer become permanently uninteractable. Cool. There's not much. This was a small one, right? And this is the December 17th. So, oddly, December 24th, Christmas Eve, or right at least on Christmas, I think. You know how they do their... I'm in the U.S., so it always feels like they... never mind. I need to find out what happened here. Gnomish Alarmo bot. I could look into that later. This one is kind of a big deal, especially for a fishing enthusiast such as myself. There's a lot of time-sensitive fish. And server time will now be consistent for all players, except on Kalimdor, where it is offset by 12 hours and won't change when you relog. So, the server takes the time, wherever it is in Europe, that time is the time it is in Eastern Kingdoms. And then offset by 12 hours is Kalimdor. I believe one of the continents was like going too quick or something like that was happening. And it was a really subtle thing, but like some people pointed it out. And I do know that I had experienced this, and sometimes it would reset on server reset, I believe. So it was really hard to pin down exactly what was going on. The interesting thing here is that I've noticed it in the past because, I'm doing like machinima or I'm trying to set up for a show. It'll be like 2 or 3 days before the show. I'm like, I want to do it right here. It should be daylight then. and then I'll go to do the event, and then it's nighttime. I'm like, what? At this exact time, a couple days ago, like, that would happen to me, and it would drive me nuts. It's more than continental drift when you're off by that much. Continental drift. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm just glad that at least we have a confirmed round Azeroth. Okay. This is the one I wanted to talk about. This one is near and dear to my heart. It is no longer possible to blink through closed doors. For someone who enjoys boundary breaking and exploring, this one, it's kind of a big, it hurts. I like blinking into areas I'm not supposed to be. Some of you might remember the stream where me and Mark Antius broke. This is before the Tower of Karazhan was released. We broke into the Tower of Karazhan, and we were like in like the Nether Storm or something. We got there. It was just a big wide open area. It was all glitchy, and we weren't supposed to be there. I love that stuff, right? But there's another side to this, and obviously it's like exploits and hacking and cheating, right? And that's a very real issue. So, to be perfectly clear on my ethics and stake in this, I have a special presentation to show you. So, I reported an exploit or a bug. I wasn't sure which was which, and I reported it a long time ago. This is an unlisted video of mine. You can see right here, April 26th, 2023. My actual discovery of this was organic. The second I discovered something about it, though, I searched till I could search no more. This is more proof that Shibiji's evil, by the way. This is Shibiji. I'll just turn the sound off and just play through it. Nothing too crazy here, right? You're Dire Maul East, right? Many people have done Dire Maul East. Am I lagging or is it me? It's... How would I know if I'm lagging? The Daily Groove, that's kind of like a philosophical question. It might be hard to see, but I believe I am typing RTV because I have mining tracking on right now. By the way, I hated my UI when I had like a different one just for Shibiji. Why? Even back then, I was trying to be theatrical and dumb. I don't know if you guys caught that, but I said essentially about 45-degree angle, and you can just blink through, right? And you're saying, oh, okay, well, then you don't need to kill that boss to get through the door. But wait, there's more. Oh, at least I had the sense to speed this up. All right. You jump down there. As a mage, you can always jump down from any height if you have blink and not crazy bad ping. So you see that discoloration right here? What you're looking at? That's where during this event, when you fight the boss, imps are supposed to break down the wall and come running out and complicate the battle, right? Watch further. Being all theatrical in this stupid video, I'm like, what could this be? Something about this doesn't seem right. So if you didn't catch that, I reported this because you as a mage could just walk into Dire Maul East and then get 2 RTVs. Why is it relevant that I'm bringing it up? A couple reasons. One is because I did know about this. I will say, I did profit from it. It's true. I did. And I only did so after getting permission from the team. Like, I showed the exploit. I said, hey, I've already gained stuff from this. Like, how should I handle this in the future? At the time, they weren't even sure if it was vanilla behavior. I didn't know because I just discovered it, right? And a little bit of time passed, and I realized I was not the only mage that knew about this. So I'm like, all right, I'm not the only one. I've reported it, and they said, like, until we fix it, you're fine to use it. Okay. That was 2.5 years. So, because I had... No, generally, I was also doing lasher farming. So for me, what I would do is I would go get the lasher packs, right? I would circle around, and then I would go to the wall, and I'd blink through and get my 2 RTVs. Very profitable. I even broke down the math, but it broke down to something like, if you just go for the RTVs, this is like a couple weeks ago, based on the prices a couple weeks ago, you get something like, it's a little over 100 gold per hour on Nordinar. That's just if you get everything for market value. Obviously, you cut into your profits or whatever, but... So I did know about this. I never publicized it. I only talked to people who were developers about it. I gotta say, as someone who loves being a loudmouth and sharing stuff, this was a hard one to sit on. It seemed like some of the more quiet part of the community knew about it and just was like an open secret towards the end there. However, because I had done it for so long, I thought it would be cute. This is just a personal recording I did. Just showing you guys. I mean, you might as well grab the dream foil while you're there, right? This is my my sign off. This was, I think, a few minutes before the server reset that put the fix in place. And I mean, listen, for what it's worth, last day of this skip is what I say. It's been a good ride. Look at this. Look at this technique. Watch how many blinks it takes for me to get through. I've gotten good enough. I say that I've gotten good enough at this to literally blink through as I'm landing. It's true, I've been able to do it numerous times. There it is. Oh, did I get anything good? At least I can skip ahead. And for my efforts, I got no gems? No gems. But there you go. At the end of a long storied chapter, we say goodbye to our mining mages. Now it's just the hunters and ZG getting those free RTVs. This is why Arcane Crystals bumped up in price. Bowie, I'm so glad you said that. You know what? Funny you mentioned that. Let's go take a quick trip. I promise it'll be quick. I'm lying. Let's go over to my desktop. I'll show you guys this on the browser once I get it up. So let's go ahead and take a look at Nord. Here's my Nordinar. Will that show there? Yeah, that's fine. This data is just for Nordinar. I think Telebim's probably less affected just because they have a smaller market cap. I think Diremal's released on... I forget the name of it. Ambershire. So this could have affected them too. They have different demands though. We'll just do a quick mining check. So this is from... Technically I updated it. We'll do that for there. calling on Nord heads. Yeah, pretty much. All right, so that's just mining in general. Let's get arcane crystal. It's dense stone. Dense stone. Let's also get, I guess, I'll just do arcane crystals. We can look at gems too, but arcane. Oh, no one buys thorium. So yeah, I'll just do these two. Base it off of 2 days ago. And I'll also get the gem index. I forgot I had a gem index. Tel Aviv is uber fucked. RTV is ignored because the weekly quest gives too many resources. Yeah, welcome to the weird world of deflation. Also, to be fair though, Lorazia, I'm thinking, I don't, outside of thorium ore, I don't think it gives many, if at all, any gems. I don't think the caches do. I could be wrong about that, but I don't recall seeing it affect gems. Oh, I did the wrong day. No, I did the right day. Sorry. I apologize, Dwarf. Rich thorium vein. They're hard to find in the overworld, but they are an integral part of any economy. All right, so we got all those done. Let's go take a quick look-see here. All right, here's the mining index. This is a pretty big scale here. Looks like it's slowly been going up over time, but we don't see any dramatic spike. I mean, it went up a little bit, but overall mining's been doing well over time. Now let's look at the gem index. Gem index has actually been going down. I think part of that is because people now aren't just vendoring their gems. They know they're worth something. This takes into account all the gems, though. So, you know, nothing too remarkable here. We'll take a look at dense stone. Well, interesting. Again, the change took place on, what, like the 24th? So that would have been right here. It's not too nuts. Arcane crystal, this might be a bit more dramatic. Yeah, there it is. But it went back down to normal. So for now, the economy isn't borked, but I think in the aggregate, if you are a mining person, if you have a lot of stonks, you have a lot of mining commodities laying around, you might want to hold on before you sell, because I foresee continued supply shortages in the near future until the economy adapts to mages not being able to do this. So I'm sorry for the long diversion, but this one, I have done lashers so many times, I could probably do them blindfolded at this point, to some extent. And part of that was blinking through the door and getting RTVs. You know, it's been a crazy long journey. I'll still be doing lashers, don't get me wrong, because I like to make my own consumes, but you will be missed, RTVs. I'll have to get you the old-fashioned way. Anything else here? I have some information about this one. I was in a raid in an AQ40, the Bug Trio. I don't remember which one's which. I think there's like a little one that likes to bolt around and charge. You'll see here it says, ranged mobs trying to move away from their target will no longer pass through walls or travel absurd distances. This has happened a few times. There was a bug report about it. One of the bug trio, I think it's Vem. I think is the one that charges around. He charged and targeted someone like through a wall. But rather than like, you know, just zooming around the wall or something, he just disappeared. It bugged the whole fight, pun intended. Like, he disappeared. We didn't know what to do, so we killed the rest of the bug trio, right? And then as we were doing that, Vem, like, appeared again, like, out of nowhere. Very confusing. And then after that kill, all 3 corpses despawned. The GMs did take care of that. Generally, they're not like, oh, we'll fix your loot issues, but we're like, we literally have screenshots of there not being a single corpse. What happened? So I think that might have been involved in this particular bug note. The Father Dylan change. Am I not? What am I not seeing? Oh, Lycan. Okay. I'm like, Father Lycan will now evade if moved farther than 100 yards from his spawn, and his adds will aggro players in combat with him regardless of distance. Will change how it will be done on Ambershire. I mean, Larazia. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. Father Lycan's like one of the last steps of the Scythe of Elune, right? They have to get to Kara 40. They got a while. Oh, I know he's insane because he's in Hyjal and his guys like used to hang around. And I remember I was herbing around there one time. One of them just jacked me. It was terrible. Okay. I don't think there's anything else I want to talk about there. And then we're back to here. What's this one? Alright. So yeah. I have been following along with the news. Father Lycan is the one in the middle of the... Yep, he's in the, it's like some Circle of Power, I think it's called. It was funny, too, because, when they first released Hyjal, one of the things I critiqued the team on, I'm like, you have this really cool area called the Circle of Power. There's nothing here. Like, there literally isn't. Even now, it's just like a couple mobs. There's no, like, quest objective. Also, I would say that it's still pretty empty. Like, you should put something there. Oh, who's this? Hello, Pojin. Let me do a little... Sorry, I'm in Alt-C here. Now, listen, guys. That's just the news. So, other things have been going on. Before I start talking / raving, as I often do, about icons, I gotta show you guys my Christmas Bulbasaur haul. I got a new model set. Oh, jeez. Oh, I just broke it. We're good. Oh no. Okay, I can fix this off stream. I'll make my camera a little bigger. It's a knockoff Lego, a company that partnered with Nintendo to do Pokemon Legos, essentially. So I built that. This is a custom 3D print that my sister got me. There's nothing in it. It is just this. It's gonna go on the display back there with all my other Bulbasaur stuff. I want you guys to understand that I have the most wonderful mother-in-law, and she doesn't understand my weird obsession, as many don't, with Bulbasaur. But she made me several of these, handcrafted. I think they're just chip bag holders. See, there's a little clothespin back there. You use that, you can clip things together with it. Now, I know this doesn't look like your Bulbasaur, but you know what? This one was made with love, by hand. I'm over the moon happy with this. I got a whole bunch of them. And the final thing. I gotta be careful with this one. I don't know if you guys have ever seen like the 3D puzzle model sets. I'll get my mic out of the way here a little bit. Look how big it is. So this is all, it's essentially like foam paper cutouts with like these weird shapes, and you have to put it all together to make like a larger model set. And so that's what this bad boy is. A fine display piece, if ever there was one. Alright, thank you for indulging me. Also, wait, my Bulbasaur light's not on. How do people move in these stupid robes? Ah, now I'm rolling over it. All right, we're back in action. I think I had it about there. Wait, what if I do? There it is. All right. Okay, so it is that time of patch, everyone. I've been in the icon mines. If you haven't been with me through one of my previous pushes for icon improvement, quality of life, oh boy, are you in for a ride. By the way, Rack Hangren, I did see your thing. I didn't have the wherewithal to explain to another person for the 15th time why I'm going to have issue doing meat, but we'll get to that. Oh, where did was it this? No. Yeah, I think it's that one. Just a little sample platter of all the various icons I have. Now you're going, wait a minute. These are all vanilla icons. I'm like, I know, but some of them aren't. The ones that I've actually like altered and done stuff with are these. Look at them all. Look at them. Some of them are terrible. Some of them are great. But what does it all mean? Well, I'm glad you didn't ask. Because for your enjoyment or curiosity, whatever have you. Where did I post that link? Come on, did I put it over here? Dang it. I had the link ready to go and now I can't find it. Ah, there it is. Okay. I will be posting in the 2 chats, Twitch and YouTube, a link. This link can and will bring you to the spreadsheet where I have collated all the data and work that has already been done on this patch's icon differentiation work. But if you don't want to click a sketchy link, that's fine. Because guess what? Bam, we're in it. The first page of the spreadsheet is what I call the gallery. It's where people who don't want to look at this can look at this. So, just going over, I think I might have shared some of the stuff that I was already considering and talking about. Some of the work's already been done. I've even got some notes back on things that might change, might not. One thing that I was very passionate about was junk stone. If you're a miner and you kill a rock elemental, okay, which one's solid stone? Which one's lifeless stone? Oh, what's this thing? It's like, what if there was a nice way to visually just tell, like, oh, the useful stones will look like this, and the junk stones will look like that. I thought it'd be a nice touch. However, and listen, I'm not a developer. I'm just a really annoying person. That is my skill. I'm just persistent. Our primitive ancestors, they were not great ambush predators. They couldn't run very fast. We're not very strong. But the one thing we have, endurance. We can keep going. We are persistence prey hunters, and I treat all the weird things I want just like that. I'll keep asking for it. As long as you're polite and nice. But this has been something I've always wanted, and fortunately, back in 1.17.2, I got some of my initial changes in. By the way, it wasn't just me. Like, I literally have asked tons of people around the community about things that they might want, but it did start from a personal passion. And so I've been organizing these ever since, every time there's a patch. Top of the list. Core leather. Core leather matching with burning pitch has long been an annoyance. Don't know why it is. Seems like an oversight. So this one I did make. Everything you'll see that looks different is probably something that I made. I don't, with some exception, the art team hasn't gotten my full memo yet on things that I might need to have made. But I'm going to go over quickly some of the things that are in the mix. Nothing's guaranteed here, by the way. This is not a guaranteed, oh, these will be in. Because like I was mentioning with the rocks, for the first time, I heard from people that can make this happen, hey, we don't want a bunch of icons for the sake of icons. I get you, and I feel I get it. What I got was, we don't want to unnecessarily bloat the size of the patch because you want to iconize every single thing. Okay, all right. So I have had to pull back a little bit. And to be fair, some of the things that I wanted a new or different icon for, it's stuff that 5 people are going to ever see. You know what I'm saying? With that understanding, we'll continue here. The solid stone icon. By the way, because I'm trying not to make a bunch of new icons, I wanted the junk stones, we're calling them, to just look like one stone. Just this one. It is the least used stone icon. There is a couple quest items that use it. Otherwise, though, it's pretty much ignored. So oh, maybe that'll be an angle. You might know about this item. This is one of the best in slot ranged weapons, the Fragments of Aldrock. It drops off of Cruel in Kara 40. Now, I did make some art for it, but I was actually told, like, you didn't go hard enough, which I didn't think I'd hear. I try to use light touch. So we'll see what I come up with later. But the it's supposed to look like a piece of Rupturin, pretty much. So it's like a brown reddish stone from Outland with some green crystals in it. That is canonically what it's supposed to look like. So I'll have to be cooking that up later. I'll get one of the artists to do it. All right. This one is one I won't lie, I'm kind of excited about getting that one in. We do have a pet stone. That is what you're seeing. That is my hand drawing of a silly smiley face. I wanted to make like googly eyes. It doesn't come through very well, but I don't know if it's going to get in, guys, but it has made a number of team members laugh out loud. It does kind of look like Plank, I know. That was a little bit of my... The eyes have to be a little bit more uneven, but... Slippin', why it doesn't drop from Rupturin is... Listen, that's itemization, okay? And Dragonovi has plenty of people barking ahead of history. I'm just doing icons, man. I can't be bothered. I did notice that the coal and elemental earth icon still has like some weird stuff. I wanted to make like a new icon for Dawnstone. Again, I pulled back. I did make some stuff, but I'm like, all right, it's not that important. I did want the chunk though to actually be different than the ore, just to be somewhat different in that sense. And this is an existing icon, so this is the first mention of it anywhere publicly, but my liaison for the project this patch did say, hey, I see that you're trying to get a different icon for all the gemstone clusters. That's okay, and we would like that. But again, I didn't go hard enough. I tried to do a really like a little outline that was kind of like just enough to distinguish it from every other rock. You have to invest a lot to get a gemstone cluster if you've done jewel crafting. You know what I'm talking about. So my instructions as of late, you can't quite see the note here, but it says I need to put a sparkle on them, like a nice sparkle effect. So we'll see if I have what it takes. Just a couple like small ones. This is like an early quest item, Ballo's Memorial. I'm like, well, just give the guy like a normal tablet, you know. Primitive rock tool. Looks like a primitive rock tool. Whoa! Instead of whatever this is. This one's one that's just bugged me. I don't know if it bugs anyone else. The large obsidian shard looks like this icon. It looks like Nelf's tier. So I'm like, what about for the small one if I just take away the background color? So they can look similar, like they're the same thing, because they should be the same thing. So that's a recolor of this. I come to find out this icon right here, boy, is it used in a lot. It is used in a lot. This isn't even half of it, because there's one for each horde starting class. It's like part of like your early instructions. It's like, all right. If I'm being fair though, you're not going to get a lot of icon conflict with it. The big one that like annoyed me and I think annoyed other people was really this one. Was really the obsidian thing. So that'll probably rectify it. I might get some of these other ones. Another one that I feel might warrant the change is the Abyssal Slate. That's an important part of, I believe, the Silithus Elemental Lords quest. It just looking like this is bad. So, moving on. You can see I'm very focused on rocks this time around. You'll see here I've just been like things that say they're like tablets that have runes on them and stuff. I'm just like, there's literally, these are tablets that exist in game. I'm like, just use this. This is so much small minutia, right? Stuff that would only bother me and like 10 other people, but it's important. This is one that came from the community. Ichor of Undeath. This icon right here, this little, I think that's like inventory misc goo 01. It's used for so much. It still is. Most of them are junk items. Ichor of Undeath could maybe pop a little bit more, like it's like a thing that's used in crafting. For it to just mix in with every other slime ooze drop. So this is also this icon you see that I'm proposing. By the way, if anyone else has any ideas of any good icons you'd like to propose or change, feel free to hit me up on Discord. If you know of any icons that might need touching up, you want me to take a look at, or if, by the way, if you know your way around like a image editor, let me know. I'm all ears. This is genuinely, even though like I'm organizing everything, this is a community project. Like if you have a really great icon to put in, like let me know. I'll tell you how to format it, how to pass it around, and if you really like it, I could, when the team says, hey, we would like something like this, I'll be like, that takes a real artist. Good thing I know one. And I have had people who've contributed stuff from the community before too. So I'm all ears. Anyway, I'm not even sold on this icon. I just think that this icon for Ichor of Undeath should change. This is Shadow Spell Soul Leech 01 or something like that. It was added with the bevy of new Warlock abilities. I just thought it looked distinct. It's still green. It's goopy. So this is one I'm very proud of. I think this is one, I know I've heard of it before. I don't know if anyone suggested it, but if you have first aid, you're a high level character, you might be surprised to see that you have antitoxins. Now, here's the weird thing about your antitoxins. Anti-venom, excuse me. Anti-venom, the first one you learn, looks like green goo. The second one, the strong anti-venom, looks identical. And then the highest rank, the strongest one you can get, completely goes off the reservation and uses a different icon. Maybe if there are 3 different strengths of the same item, they should have like a contiguous look to them. So what I did here was I used this, I think it's like Hygel Nectar 05, recolored the wood, made the wood the same, and then I just recolored the liquids inside. Easy. These are really good in Nax. Yes, they have a drawback though, Dwarf. So I think it's the Elixir of Poison Resistance. You can just spam those, or the Jungle Remedies. You can just keep clicking the button because you can get more than one stack. However, they're expensive because they're hard to make and annoying to get. So if you have some of these anti-venoms, you can use this one first because there's like a minute-long cooldown or something like that. So it's affordable to use these ones and then use your poison elixirs if needed. This is a community idea submission. Deviate scale, imperfect deviate scale. If you've done leatherworking, I think it's leatherworking, there's these 2 items. I think it's even a quest, but you need deviate scales and perfect deviate scales. That's what's important. Unfortunately, those items drop in areas where things also drop items that look just like these. So it's very frustrating, just when you're new to the game, to have 3 different items that have this icon right here, and only one of them you need for a quest. Also, I thought the teal was a nice option. It's just nice to change it up. Ed says, I usually just cry and plead with the shaman to drop Poison Cleanse Totem. Ed, do you know what, like, I rate as a shaman, right? One of the best things you can do as a shaman. If you have, like, you're usually going to find yourself in a group with some melee, right? If you have that one guy who, like, whines about not getting Wind Fury a picosecond after combat has started, or, like, whenever they need it. When and if you get to Nax, just, maybe you can't find your way to that button. Where did I put Poison Cleanse Totem? Oh, I can't remember. Oh, man, where is it? As you're just cleansing yourself of poison. Like, it's so hard. It's crazy. And then if they get upset at you, most progression and fully progressed teams in Nax will list Elixir of Poison Resistance as a required consumable, because there's these charging spiders that give a poison that, like, can kill you in, like, 3 ticks. So if they get upset, just be like, oh, did you run out of your consumable? That's crazy. Anyway, are you going to tell me where to put the Wind Fury Totem again? I am only sowing discord. Hey, what's up, Loch Ness? All right. This one was brought up by a community member. I didn't even realize this, but guys, the story behind these icons is going to be fascinating to some of you, but I went down a rabbit hole. I've never really worked on or done the Lord's quests. I know they're complex and annoying. You need scepters, crests, and signets for, like, various stages of it, right? So, sometimes you don't want to just roll the dice on which elemental lord you're getting. You'll want to specifically focus down one that might have a drop you want. For that, there's these quests. And they have items that, when I looked at them and someone showed them to me, I'm like, wow, these do need an overhaul. So, true story. If you even look on the database right now, scroll, create Scepter of Beckoning, has 4 entries, 1 for each element. They all use the same icon. So, your news orc here really got into the imagination copter and just said, why don't these just get reassigned to colored scrolls that match the elemental affinity? Granted, I know earth and air can go a number of ways. I try to go for the most contrasting colors, so bear with me on that. But I'm like, oh, okay, so this one does the thunder scepter. So, all right, do yellow. This is boulder. I'll do green. Water's blue. Simple. There are in total 12 of these. Each one for scepter, crest, and signet. I just repeated the process. Now, I think in the way it works is you never really have more than one of these scrolls for the same chain. It's like if you're working on water, right, you have to work your way up the chain. Either way, though, this is so much more simple. And it's a nice quality of life change. I think communities are going to really like that. And the crests themselves, at least the crests on their item name, say what element they're associated with. Here, though, what I did was, this is tablet 8, I think. And then this is tablet 9. So I took this one, made a red version of it, called this one yellow, took this, made a green version of it, and then just used the blue one for blue. Easy. Same thing for the scepters. I just change them into wand icons that match their element. Same thing. Now, granted, these ones started as tablets, but come on. They look like rings now. This stuff's probably not final. In fact, these I can get rid of. You can see my bad art, though. Art. It's a hue shift. It's not art, guys. So, these two are sort of ones that I've heard from other people. This is one that I want to kind of push the issue on. In AQ40, when you kill a boss, you get this drop for every boss. It helps you get Brood Rep or Cenarian Circle Rep. I can't remember which one's which. Ancient Karaji Artifact just drops off of random mobs in AQ40. Also used for a rep turn-in. Now, if you looked at these two icons right here, they don't look like they belong in Anchorage. They look like troll fetishes. And true story, this icon here, the actual icon file name is like Zul'Gurub Trinket 1. It was clearly not meant to be used for this. So I'm like, hey, these should maybe have flair that actually matches the raid they're in. Is it an overreach? Maybe. But, in general, when I'm looking at icons and stuff, there's like a couple criteria. Like the first one is like quality of life, right? We don't want the icons to be confusing to people, right? So we're looking for use cases where they could be. And another criteria I look for is, does it make sense? If you have an icon that says like Sword of 1,000 Truths and it looks like a loaf of bread, like what are we doing, right? So in this particular case, why does a Zul'Gurub clearly troll item, like why is that the Karaji Lord's insignia? That's more of my logic on that one. Similar thing here. The Abyssal Crest is part of the Lord's Quest for all Elemental Lords. I thought maybe something more Anchorage flavored would make sense. Arena Mark of Honor. Now, I know like this icon's used for something Paladins do. I don't know what it is, but I know it's something they do. I felt like this icon could just be retouched to look like a Mark of Honor for the arena, maybe make it red. These aren't going to make it in. I think I'm going to have like a real artist do something with these. Here we have... It's also the... Now, I thought that too, Dwarf. Let me double check, because now you're making me second guess myself. Turtle... That's going to be so hard to remember. Wrathy? No, see the Mark of Honor. Oh, you guys can't quite see that, but it's not that. It's this icon. This icon. That's not the one. I know that icon's used in other stuff though. There is a way of looking it up, but I can't remember how to do it right now. Anyway. I digress. We still have a couple more icons to get through. This was a community request. This one might be categorized under bloat, and they might not put it in. But I did make an icon for it. There's a mob in Elwyn Forest who drops an item called a gold tooth, and it looks like a piece of copper. You tell me. So I made the Onyxia tooth pendant with a little gold tooth. This one came from... Oh, I almost remembered who it was this time. I think this one might have been Brigorn. It was someone who does a lot of PvP anyway. Again, this is one of the reasons why I like the community aspect of it. I don't do a lot of PvP. I wouldn't bump into this issue. I wouldn't even know it exists. I only vaguely even knew there was such thing as a Horde battle standard. They exist? Okay. Now, there's a Horde battle standard and a Frostwolf battle standard. Same thing with Alliance and Stormspike. Now, they use the same icon. You could see how that could be confusing. These are not the icons they will be. These were test swatch. Hey, this is what I can do. Probably going to have a real artist take a look at it. So hopefully the ones that are flavored for Alterac Valley will have battle standards that will have the Frostwolf and Stormspike insignia on it in some way, shape, or form. This was another community request, and one that I jumped on wholeheartedly because I just hate when the I hate seeing this icon more than I need to. These are test swatches. The reason they kind of conflict, not only is this an overused icon in general, but for casters, one of these is an Alliance-only Arcane Resistance necklace, Arcane Charge pendant. And this one is a drop from Thane Thorzen in Molten Core. These are items that you would be hot swapping if you're doing Anomalous. You need Arcane Resist, and Trinkets, you swap a lot. So you kind of want to make sure the clarity on their icons doesn't interfere with a lot of stuff. It was a smaller use case, but one that I felt the icon gets used a lot in general, and can be frustrating for some players. So I put it on the list. I don't even know if these icons would be the ones to fit the bill, but there you have it. This one I know came from Garth. Time-Worn Rune and Rune of Portals. Everyone likes Time-Worn Rune. It's great. Lets you teleport all the way to the other side of the world. Go right to Caverns of Time. You don't need to be an engineer. If you're a mage, very annoying. So, also I feel like maybe the colors could maybe be a bit more on theme with the Bronze Dragonflight. So I just made a couple test swatches here. Rune of Portal should stay. That's the classic one. This one should change to something else, though. I had a couple of people mention this one. The Crest of Heroism and the Crest of Valor match the two Mark of Champion icons that exist. Yeah, fair enough. No reason to have them conflict. This one, again, another community person pointed this out to me. I didn't know about this one, but Gurubashi Gumbo, which, if I recall, turtle. Yes. So, this is a useful consumable for tanks to use because it gives stamina and reduces damage from critical hits. So I know PvPers would use this as well as tanks. Now, this one sharing an icon with Smoked Desert Dumplings, which, if you didn't know, is a strength-based consumable food. Very likely you can have warriors who often are put in situations where they don't want to get, they're tanking, so they don't want to get crit. Also want strength. Having identical icons, both be consumable foods you're looking at, not ideal. This is an old icon added in 17.2 by the first phase of the project. Not sure if Legal or Dane made this one, but it's already in the client, so I'm like, swap to something else. This is I want to say, because I actually talked to the dev who I remember, like, I'm like, who did this? Why would they do this? Because this icon for rum just gets reused so much. I did a lot of work in 17.2 to just, like, not have that be the case, right? And then I bumped into this one. Like, Maritime Gumbo. Why do you look like a mug of rum? What's going on? And I talked to the dev who's like, yeah, that was my first zone I ever worked on. And I'm like, all right, well, that was a while ago, but it's only to catch you doing it again. So again, another food icon I had added in 17.2, just floating around. Go ahead and use that. It's perfect. This one's definitely a personal quest by yours truly. You probably don't bump into it often, but true story. The Dark Claw Lobster, which you'll fish, and the Deep Sea Lobster, which you can get from a drop from the world boss, Klakora. They're identical. Look, also the Deep Sea Lobster like does nothing. It's just a food. So I'm like, I'll just make one of them blue. It has actually confused me before. That's much more of a vanity one. So now we're getting to something that I think is a little bit more interesting. You can fish deep sea lobsters? Can you? I didn't think you could. Nope, you can't. I mean, maybe you can and I don't know about it, but it's the only thing I know of that drops it. Dark claw lobsters you can fish, so. So where have you caught them? You said Ashara. I'm assuming Ashara, because that's where you catch dark claw lobster. Did you mistake the two items because they have the same icon? Am I making you second guess everything right now, Soap? Okay, well, where did you catch them? I want to believe you. I've done an extensive amount of fishing and I haven't fished any. And the database is disagreeing with you. And my tens, if not hundreds of hours of fishing is disagreeing with you. So I want to believe you, so help me believe you. The iceberg. Oh, they did oh, you know what? Okay. They just changed something with the iceberg fishing when they fixed it, so I think that might be why. That would be new information. Bowie, no, you're absolutely right. The database is wrong all the time. That's why I was willing to hear it out. I use the database as like supporting evidence, not primary evidence necessarily. So, this is one that has been brought up to me by a multitude of players, veteran and newcomer alike. You'll see that I haven't really made many icons for these. The reason being, I kind of need the go-ahead on this. If they've already talked about not wanting to make a lot of bloat for their patch, I don't want to make like a more billion icons for the relic slot. Why does relic slot matter? There's a couple reasons why. First off, if you don't play a hybrid class that has the relic slot, they are considered weapons, so they can be hot swapped in combat, and that's an important distinction. So if you need to swap to a different relic, be it a Librum, Idol, or Totem, you want to make sure because they change how like you interact with the game, you want to make sure you're swapping to the right one. The most egregious overuse of relic icons is with the paladins, actually. They have 4 Librams that use the same icon twice. And some of them are related to each other in like the type of paladin that would want to use them. So another thing to keep in mind here too, I don't know if this particular meta will continue, right? But I know with there being more relics, there have been a number of metas that have developed that revolve around swapping your relics. It's open to you, right? So, and that's great. That's emergent playstyle. But it is severely hampered by the relic icons being the same. Because you can mix it up. You think you already have it on, but you don't. Sometimes it's not immediately clear if you have it. And then stopping to look at a tooltip and wait and then swap means you lost some time. So I feel like this would be a good quality of life thing, but here's the thing. Relics are also very closely tied to like the lore and the feel of a class. It's the reason why paladins have librams. It's like they're religious books, they're books of prayer, right? You want these to really match. It's not like, a chicken bone versus like a bone from a dog. Like if those icons don't match, it's generally not going to be a big deal. These are much more intrinsically tied to class identity. So like, even when I was making small little recolors here, I'm like, I don't know if I should make a green Libram. Like, what does green mean for paladins? Like, I was thinking like that deeply. So this is something that's on my radar. I'm going to ask the team that something's done about this, because I don't even feel comfortable just making recolors for these. But at the same time, I don't know if something like this, I feel, requires more input from the team, because a lot of these relics are new items, and I think any person in my position would want the original developers, the people that designed these items, to have some say into how their icon looks. Like, it's a representation of it. So this is on my radar. I've listed every one of these relic slot items that are duplicated. You'll see here for the druids specifically, what I found is interesting. This happens with druids and shamans. These icons, some of these, they're idols from AQ40, and they're just slapped right in there. I mean, you don't find many idols except in AQ40. Ideally, I would like them not to use those, but I mean, like this one, the Idol of the Moon, like, of course that would make sense for a druid, right? They have a very strong theming with the moon. This one getting used 3 times, kind of eh. And this could easily be changed too, these two. For Shaman, again, this is an idol from AQ40. This is an idol from AQ40. And I know enough about Shaman to say that I'm trying to make sure. Some of these I could see hot swapping. I think hot swapping relics is much more of an enhancement thing. But fortunately, as an elemental and occasional resto, I don't bump into this. But I would even know that one of these helps Lesser Healing Wave, which you probably want for PvP scenarios. And the other one that has the same icon buffs how much mana you get from your mana totem. One has a much bigger PvE implication, one has a much bigger PvP implication. And in both cases, you're the same spec, same character, it's the same icon. You'd want to make sure you have the right one on. Dwarf says, I'm fine with every spec idol being the same for druids. Like all the healing idols have the same look. So Dwarf, even while I would agree with you in principle, even within those specs, let's say you're a Retribution Paladin. I know for a fact that they will want to swip between different Librams for certain reasons I don't fully understand, but I know it's something they do. But they're still Retribution Paladins, so they would still want to know which relic's on. You see what I'm saying? So it is on my radar. It's something I'm going to be promoting, but I definitely want to use a much finer touch on this rather than, me going around and going, you know what? Spider web should be blue. Like I did with the webs for last batch. This was a fabulous idea by a community member. You may not know this. I don't know if Lizzie Bab's still in chat, but if you are Lizzie Babs, you can probably attest to this. Every single spell that a warlock has that summons a pet has an icon of the pet. Even the greater demons, except for the Doom Guard. The spell name is Ritual of Doom, and for some reason the icon is this little green ditty right here. This icon that you see I'm suggesting is, I believe, from Season of Discovery, but I found it. So, problem solved. That's a much more minor one, but I think something that would... This is like a third reason. It's not nearly as important as the other ones, but consistency is one that I think is important. There are certain types of people. I know I'm one of them. Remember we were talking about the anti-venom? The fact that it was like green slime, lemonade drink. At least make them all three green slimes, you know what I'm saying? Like, that, the continuity thing bothers me, so. This came actually from a team recommendation, of all places. Very minor one. This is one of those accuracy things. The item name is Bear Viscera, and the icon's just like the spare ribs. I'm like, just use one of the organ icons that makes sense. This one was brought to my attention by Garth. Also, I thought I fixed this. Either way, I guess I didn't. I think I didn't put in the icon that I had requested back in 17.2. Pretty simple though. Dreamscale and Juju Power have the same icon. It's not a very big thing that will bump into each other. I did a lot of work though to make the scales look different to help leatherworkers. So we're here at that point again. This is an existing icon in the game. It's green. It's not used for a ton, so I'm going to suggest that. I think I do actually have an original icon I made a while ago, but I'm not going to push for that one unless they want something more like the original shape, because I'm trying to also still avoid some bloat. Almost done here. Cache of Maori, Onyxia Tooth Pendant. I don't even know if this one's that vital, but for the people that have them, this could be a little annoying. Onyxia Tooth Pendant, I think, is like a tanky neck item you might want to have around. Cache of Maori, you want in your bag for forever. Anytime you're in Winter Spring, you want to pick up Eco. You need this in your inventory to pick up Eco. So, imagine being a warrior. You're like, oh, I just got done tanking stuff. Oh, okay, let me go change my DPS gear. I'm going to go farm some Eco. You look in your bag, you go, oh, I already took my Onyxia pendant off. Great, I can just change into this. Wait, my neck's still on. Oh, they're the same icon. And another reason for this one, maybe you guys would disagree. This doesn't... this quest, the Cache of Mauer, you have to kill like so many of every single creature in Winterspring, pretty much. And she's some kind of like a troll witch kind of vibe. I feel like the flavor of this item might have missed the mark a little bit. That being said, these are two very cornerstone-y, if you have a word for it, vanilla items. Don't know if I'd press for this one as hard, but I understand why someone brought it up. Alright, Rune of Teleportation, Rune of Dawn. Rune of Dawn is the Argent Dawn trinket that gives you spell damage bonus against undead before you get the really good one out of an axe from KT, right? So, this is more of a mage issue, but it looks the same as the Rune of Teleportation. And I can say, when I played Classic, I bumped into this and it was annoying. This icon you see right here, this one's that's just floating around in the client, I think. Be a fine change. I don't think anyone would care if that changed to that, so yeah. And these two at the bottom I don't have any illustration in. I think I just ran out of time or got distracted. If you don't know, there is a new elixir of greater frost power and elixir of greater arcane power. Long time items that people have wanted. Despite the team knowing that I would probably say this at some point, they reused icons. The icons I used weren't like offensive, right? They weren't like related items. However, I can leave the item itself, I can leave that be, but the buff icon they use doesn't match the item, which is something that in the last patch I did a lot of work to stop having that be an issue. So there was a long time where you would drink a Dream Shard elixir and the buff would look like something completely different. Same thing with elixir of greater nature power. You would drink a green, in all versions of it, you would drink a green potion, and then it looked like you got greater nature protection potion buff on you. So, hey, let's make sure they are uniform. So this one at the end, that's for them to change the buff to at least look like the icon for now. And this last one's a cute story. I have definitely talked your guys' ears off about icons, but you guys know I'm passionate about this. Rob Kangren says the frost power could be the flame strike from Warcraft 3 icon. Just revert the color into frosty. I mean, Rob Kangren, listen. Let me. I am so many layers deep on this. You have no idea. Trying to tactfully use what goodwill I have with the team to push for the icons that will help the most people. Getting a better icon for greater frost power, probably not as impactful as fixing Devouring Plague. You may not know this. I certainly didn't. But a very timid and nice Forsaken Shadow Priest reached out to me and said, hey, did you know that Devouring Plague, the Forsaken racial for priests, and Shadow Weaving have the same debuff icon and also spell icon? I'm like, nah, I didn't know that. And I don't know much about priest. I asked Murag, and Murag's like, yeah, like, it's a dot you would probably put up as a Shadow Priest. Also, Shadow Weaving is something you put up as a Shadow Priest. I'm like, oh, I understand now. They use the same icon. But fun story, when I talked to the team members about this. They're like, we have an icon for Devouring Plague. Just use that. And I showed them. They're like, no, that's not right. And then they linked to Wowhead. And I'm like, that's Wowhead. That's not your client. I'm like, isn't this one in the client? I'm like, it's not. And then we found out that this little icon here, this was added in Wrath. So a lot of people that played, even like retail, but even like early, original, some of their memories are still on this being the one. So. Okay, Rock Gangrene, I'll stretch. Oh. It's hard to stretch in this robe. This robe's driving me nuts. I'm glad I could only do this. I might do the half ponytail more often. I kind of like it, but I don't know. I don't know about the robe. And listen, I'm done with icons. I'm done talking about icons, guys. But if you are, again, you guys can hit me up in Discord. Reach out to me any way you might know. I if you have an idea or something like that, I know Rao Kangren's reached out. I can't. I just can't with meat. This patch is stone. I will get to meat eventually. You're absolutely right, though. There's way too many reused meat icons. I can't believe I haven't done any fishing until now. Also, Turtle Team, what's up with the water here, man? Some janky water. See, now I really want to go fish up those deep sea lobsters. But there's like no reason to. I think they are quintessentially useless items. Like, you can just eat them. You can't even cook them. That's my reminder to turn off Whim. I am kind of curious now. As they said they didn't land in fishable water. What are you talking about? Get a better spot then. With the time changes they did with the continents, I wonder if that rectified some of the environmental variable issues that were happening in Hyjal. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you and a friend should go to Hyjal and then tell each other about the different weather phenomenon you're observing. Even when standing right next to each other in the game. I still don't know what causes that. I know the team knows about it. Larazzi, I think that I know that was what they always wanted it to be. But I believe there was, I think I even saw the bug report or something. I think one of the times got like out of sync at some point. Time is well, I think the time of day in Hyjal matches, just the weather won't. It is a weird one. I think that might just be Hyjal specific. Because they're like in Gilneas, I haven't witnessed weather differences, or Baylor, or Dragonmaw Retreat is the dungeon. Grim Reaches, there it is. Yeah, I haven't seen any of that. TA has never had it different. The problem is that they made Sunken Temple go double that of real time, meaning that your server time depended on how long of a session you had. What? Okay, so first off, I'm sorry, Telebim. You should have variable time zones. That's a fail. The problem was that they made, I don't know what ST is. Server time. Server time double that of real time. Meaning, oh, so that was the time doubling. Okay. But that was just based on the session for the server, I'm assuming. So if the server was up for 12 hours, it had cycled through 24 hours of time. Oh, it never happened on Telebim? Yeah, no, Lorazzi, I only brought up the Hyjal thing because I was trying to think of other weird, like, environmental things that I've seen happen that are strange. And Hyjal always is one I think about. Because, like, Hyjal is also, like, a vanilla area. If you've ever seen people do the boundary break to get into Hyjal, it looks pretty much the same. Like, they added stuff, but the terrain is identical, pretty much. So, like, what about that zone in the original, like, emulation that they have here makes it different for weather? Oh, so it was player dependent. What? I thought you were talking about the server uptime. I could see why this problem took forever to fix, because it's hard to explain. Imagine how frustrating it is for me trying to, like, get, like, a shot visually. And, like, maybe I've been playing all day. Well, then again, if I think if you log off, it would reset, but it was still hard for me to know. I never knew how to predict what time I'd be dealing with. I could say that. Maybe that's because of my lack of attention to detail, but Lorazzi, it seems like you've been in the trenches about this one. I'm sorry, friend. Also, wait a second. I hear the music. You guys hear the music. I don't hear game audio. The game's also not outputting game audio. What? Well, let me check something. It should be putting out some audio. I don't know why. This happens pretty much only when I plug in a headset. Also, where did my bobber just go? Fishing in this spot's cursed. Did you manage to climb that secret area in Ashara? No. It's not, first off, it's not secret. It's public knowledge that the Furbolgs have an expansion area here. Hello, Game Dummy Adventures. Oh. Oh, no. No, what area are you talking about, Buzz? Secret area in Ashara. You know, maybe I'll go use my mage to blink over there. Oh, wait, the team hates fun. Oh, no, I never was able to get to that one. I know what you're talking about, though. Yeah, they left a little Easter egg up there. I've been told. I always forget how to get up to the spot that I like fishing at. But I remember... Oh, is it this way? This might be the way. Yeah, I've heard that too. People said it was supposed to be a battleground, and it was supposed to be like reminiscent of like a MOBA. Oh wait, that's right. There's the Hold on. Do you guys think I'd take damage? Here I am, guys. I don't think you die immediately when you start drowning, right? You take damage. Oh, I'm going to do that, Rodfather. First, I want to see if I can drown. Feronia, you're not late. I decided after work today I was going to stream, so it wasn't like I scheduled it. We're finding out if I can drown on dry land. Okay, get ready to run. Yep, I am drowning. Turtle Team, fix your game. Hold on. Oh, what's this? Well, if you're going to try to drown me there, the least you can do is let me fish in midair. Do you guys think I'll catch some flying fish? Oh, I hope I catch the phantom fish. For what it's worth, by the way, Soap, I did just catch a dark claw lobster. Not a deep sea. I'm still not saying I don't believe you. But that's been most of my experience with lobster in the game. Also, Fernie, I'm doing great. How are you doing? Welcome to stream. I don't have game audio because I have a... I guess when I plug in earbuds, it just refuses to play game audio. But you know what? It's my janky client. You can't take it away from me, Blizzard. Let me complain about the bad client in peace. There it is. Oh, good to hear it. I hope you had a good holiday. Oh boy. Oh boy. This Jedi robe is... Oh, I wanted to put out feelers with you guys. The lurkers, I might even ask you to come out of lurking to give me feedback. Any thoughts about what my next self-imposed leveling challenge should be? I did the Path of Rexar before. I'm open to suggestions, ideas. The only working idea or theory kind of thing that I'm thinking of doing is what I describe as the immersion challenge. I'll workshop the name, but pretty much just play with Alt-Z. Like, play the game like this. No UI, no health bar for me to see. I can look at that stuff if I'm in a town, right? So I'd have to know my class pretty well. I'd have to just no key bindings, and I'd have to like approximate what I'm fighting. I could maybe put audio cues in to help me suss out how much health I have, but nothing so exact as a health bar. First person camera, I don't know if I could do it, but I don't know if I'd like it. Look at your health when you sit. Nah, that's too much work. I'll just wait till I'm in town to look at that stuff. Heroic, only running dungeon / class quests. I don't know enough about how that's going to work. Again, I don't want to use necessarily a challenge mode. Remember, the Path of Rexar was like part RP, was part, exploration, and also part exploring a class for the first time. So I don't, do hardcore, but you can only like jump every minute or something, I don't need that level of pedantry. Like, something more in that vein, something that could give an interesting twist to a game that I've played a shameful amount of time. Level up as Horde in Alliance zones. All right, but Buzz, what's the angle? Like, am I flagged the whole time? That does not sound like a good time. Am I... what's, like, my interaction with other players? That's also part of it, too, is that I'll have, like, kind of a... You don't need to think of a whole story, right? But what do I say to people when I keep running into them? Like, Orc, what are you doing in these parts? Weapon in main hand, no weapon in offhand. Yeah, Feroni, I've seen those people too, and they're not mentally sound. Also, with the Dryad skin, it's really hard to know if I'm fishing while sitting. Wrath of the Lich King client. People when they talk that shit and overhype Epoch to death and make the developers immediately jump ship the moment Blizzard breathes on their door. Hey, when did Epoch, when did they release? I actually can't remember now. Okay. Slippin', now we're talking. I like the thought, let's refine it. Slippin's idea, the path of Punchy Pete, level a warrior with only fist weapons. That's difficult because of the limited selection of fist weapons. But I like it. I feel like it needs like a little something, but I think I actually really like that idea. No chest armor? Ooh, now we're talking. Are shields allowable? Question has to be asked. Druid with no shift? See, Slippin gave me a punchy name, pun intended. That does help. Punchy Pete with no chest piece, so he is a brawler. Oh Lord, I'm just thinking about how bored I'd be of that punching animation. Some racial punching animations are not great. Use fishing rod as a weapon? I don't gotta do that. The lunatics do it for me. Double fist only. You don't get dual wield until what, like level 20 or something for warriors? I mean, otherwise there's like you can't have a two-hand fist weapon. Not yet. They lowered it to 10. Yeah, yeah. I mean, getting to 10's like an hour, so it's not tough. Yeah, so like, I'm not. So, RP walk only. Okay. So like, we have to remember that I would want. It has to be something that I would like be. I can handle doing stuff slowly, but at a certain point it would drive me nuts. Also, what do you do? Like, can I not run towards enemies? Would charging invalidate it? What about like I couldn't do escort missions? I think that one would be. There's sort of a scale, right? That's got to be on a side of masochistic that I feel overrides the potential fun and exploration I might have otherwise. Pet is the only one doing damage. I think I'd rather do the RP walk only. Badass Dwarf. Badass Dwarf, I like this idea. I like this. It's not the best one that I've heard so far, but I think if we develop that one, so Badass Dwarf said maybe a paladin or a priest challenge where you have to pray to the light before after every mob tag food use. Kind of like those BD Minecraft as a Jew videos. If you don't know what that is, I highly suggest you look them up at some time. They're kind of funny, well put together, and well edited. I think the first one I watched of his was like beating Minecraft while obeying all the laws of Islam. And he had a thing where he would have to. I think he had to choose for himself which direction he'd have to pray, and then I think it's 5 times during every day he would have to stop whatever he was doing, even if he was in combat, and he would have to he had like a macro to say a prayer. See, now that kind of stuff, I'm like, wow. Now, do I want to roleplay as a real life religion in Turtle WoW? No. Also, it might be against terms of service, but I think there's something there. I just don't know how to work it out. I like the idea. Farina says, I don't think that would work because if a hunter pet is the only one tagging the mob, the hunter gets no loot. Oh. Do an RP religion? RP it? Yeah, I could. The inclination to just play a troll priest and just be like, I worship a very bloodthirsty Loa who likes killing these mobs. No, I think that's. You know what? That reminded me of something. Is it still up here? Okay, hold on. Let me get rid of this just for a second. I want to look these up. You guys know that as far as AI goes, I'm like AI nuanced. I did find something that made me go, I still don't like AI, but I like it in this. Let me turn you guys on to something. if you haven't seen these, I suggest you also watch them. We'll watch like one or two. Oh, before we do that, thank you for the heads up. I'll go. Was that in the Discord? Probably in Discord. Ah, yes. Okay. If you play on Ambershire, it is now official. I will read verbatim what the announcement says. Recently, we took a poll on Ambershire EU regarding the realm's phase schedule. After an overwhelming majority of votes agreed, we've decided to release Zul'Gurub on January 2nd in place of Blackwing Lair, with Blackwing Lair, PvP sets, and Blood Ring being released when patch 1.18.1 releases globally. After this, we will open the gates of Anchorage on May 9th, Timbermaw Hold on July 3rd, and Naxxramas will follow on September 25th. Finally, the Tower of Karazhan will open on December 4th. We will have a formal graphic for this updated timeline coming soon. Please also note that the Alt Olympics event on Northernor will end after today's weekly maintenance. We hope you've had a wonderful Winter Veil. We're looking forward to sharing more updates on 1.18.1 soon. For those people that care about that stuff, I bet you really care. I don't know, man. Like the phase schedule stuff, I don't. It's not that I don't care. I'm just like, Turtle Team, just pick something to do it. It's okay. You can just say, hey, we'd really like this to happen at this time, so we're just going to push this back. They'll be okay. By making them vote on their poison, all you've done is obfuscated the fact that you had to change something. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. But I just think it's a little much. Oh, Feronia. That's devious. But again, Feronia, that's a good idea. However, we need to develop it into something more catchy, something more like flavorful or character building, right? Like, why would a character not have a talent point? Is he like Simpleton Sam and he really doesn't know anything? Well, you see, Larazia, that case in point, like, you just complicated stuff by having a poll. Now you had a poll, your people like, oh, well, I didn't vote for that. I don't believe the poll. Me and my 3 friends who all think and say the same thing, we all voted the same way. Therefore, 100% of us means 0% of you. You're lying. Like, you just shouldn't have done the poll. Just say, hey, we want to change this thing to coincide with the release of this, so we're just doing this. Just do it. It's okay. Listen, Ambershire is going to have to learn soon, Turtle. You can't, listen, I know the truth, Turtle. I love you guys to death. But Turtle Team, come on. Sometimes you miss dates. It's okay. I know the deal. You don't have to pretend to Ambershire like you're something you're not. It's okay. Yeah, Larazia. But the thing I think is fallible with having player polls is it is a sleight of hand where it is a nice olive branch, but without transparency, like it doesn't mean. I'm one of those people who like if it's not like radically democratic, open, and I have all the information that I can share publicly, then it's a despot. But I mean, that's kind of what I was getting to, is like, you know, you don't want them to think they have power when they don't. But it's good they asked. I mean, to be fair, Class Council was the same way. You can only move when you've had a food buff. Soap. I like it. I need. It's okay. Think of it this way: we're trying to make a meal, right? And I'm like, hey, I kind of want like. I want to know what like the end product would be, right? And then you guys are like, sugar. I'm like, oh, cool. Probably not by itself. And then someone in the back yells, oh, and then flour. I'm like, okay. We're trying to make a cake. It's got to all stick together. You can't just impose an arbitrary rule. There has to be a theme. Dwarf, you get it. You get it. Yes. The theme needs to reinforce the arbitrariness of the rule. Because we're all going to say it, like, all self-imposed challenges are arbitrary anyway, right? So I need something about the theme to reinforce that weird, stupid rule. And Fernie, I appreciate that. But many of these I've thought about and gone, I don't know how to do that one. Uther Quest? Jason, what do you mean? What will you do if you break a rule? I will, live on camera, I will strip down to my skivvies, and I will take out a realistic and real leather-bound cat of nine tails and lash myself for 5 minutes on camera looking deadpan. That is how I will do punishments. Could you imagine though? No, I'll apologize and try to fix it. Warcraft 3 Uther Party? Vrograg has a kink? I wish I did. I kind of wish I did. I'm kind of boring. Anyway, sorry. There were some videos I want to show you guys. I got really sidetracked today. Where is it? All right, here's my music. Okay, music, I'm going to pause you. All right, I can't remember now. Yeah, the audio on my web browser was working. I want to make sure it's on the right one. Okay. All right, I'm not doxing myself there. All right. And this is... You think you were... Spreadsheet? Okay, here it is. All right. You guys may have heard of this channel. Maybe you haven't. But it's been making the rounds because obviously we're all, somewhat in the scope of, classic WoW, vanilla WoW. I don't know how the sound's going to be, so bear with me. But they're just AI slop videos, but it's like vanilla WoW themed. So, I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff, right? Let me see. Why are you not playing sound? No. Oh, there it is.
Them Alliance boys, them too scared for show them face in a Tanaris, man. So we just wait up there on the roof. Yesterday, them goblins get problems. Them would not know them. So Smithy rush them, and Dennis attack from above. Where them a come now, seen? Might as well prep the blades them with this sweet venom. Yeah, man.
You need more volume?
We're ready. Time for find some Alliance for bring back to the inn. Well, look pan that. A human major check him mailbox. Yes. Him have our first target for today. Watch this, man. Me I go use this little rock for get him attention. Then boom, Dennis wipe him out. Look pon this now, man. You think you're safe, man? Take this. Boom. Just as planned. Boom. Look pon this now, man. Me I go sap this druid thing, yeah? Look there, she back now. Time for we make a move, see? Man, look pan Dennis up there. He mess up the attack again. Maybe him need to lay off that noggin fagger, see? Him look like skeleton already, man. We turn that mage to ash back there, the druid run off. But where we go look for you? Right, Dennis? Follow, like, and subscribe.
Okay. Am I not right? Like this is like, it gives me the sensation of like really bad sort of parody music videos of like the era of vanilla, because it's like bad enough quality because it's so clearly AI slop, like the stuff doesn't make sense, the faces change, like, you know, but there's some like nice quality about it that like, it's like, oh yeah, I kind of get it. And yes, this is this is just like Blade, my raid leader. It's a 3 short arc, okay? We're in it for like 3 more minutes, maybe 4. Because of course I like stories. All right, so that was part 1 where they were sniping people in Tenaris, right? And then because some of these are actually pretty gross, but ganking druid near Ungoro.
The night elf druid, him get to Irie. This one here, Dennis, him drink all the noggin fagger. Look. While we were the wait bout, now a good time for coat them blades. Me I go show you the poisons them me have. Crippling poison. Just a touch on my blade, and them cowards nah run away no more. Seen. This deadly poison here, it a go get the job done proper. Yes, Irie. You see me, brethren? Me have different poison for different time. It all depends. Clot, come face me. What the matter with you? Come back here, so stop run like a coward, you hear?
Every road.
Get we again, the druid. I swear,
There's a cheetah in the background.
The night elf get we
just
again,
a druid.
Man. Me I go check for my brethren Dennis now to see if him have a soul stone. Real talk, man. My friend Dennis back there, him never have a soul stone, man. So me have to find some way to raise him up. Respect. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. The night elf druid.
Okay. It also covered warlocks not having a soul stone on, as well as druids sniping you and running away as a cheetah. This has all the elements. This is everything you want in a vanilla joke post. I'm going to play the most recent one, which is like the last part of the story, right? Because we learned that Dennis, he didn't have a soul stone, right? But guess what? There's gonna be a new fold in the story.
Come face me. Listen now, although Dennis is still dead, Smithy friend is very close by, and him a come for help. Wait, look who I come. Pull up. My brethren finally reach. Big up on yourself.
Clearly not a Kodo. Kodo adjacent, with a carrot on a stick.
Yes, Irie. This is the moment of truth now. My brethren Mufasa back there. He might go try for raise
Staff
him
just
up
held
now.
up by magic.
You not ever see nothing like what about to happen now. You see that? What the hell you not bring no maple seed for? You for shame for call yourself a healer, man. Absolute disgrace. Why make you not bring the maple seed, man? You for shame for call yourself a healer. Talk for me, you big hairy beast. How much you want? Seen, me shouldn't vex him up. Easy. Me and Mufasa, we go way back, seen? Me tell you, me like him better as a cat.
Okay. Listen, I very rarely subject you to that amount of AI slop, but you got to admit that stuff's absolutely charming. Also, the fact that his name was Mufasa, which is such a perfect like vanilla style name. And I will say, as far as stuff that they did really well, like as far as I could tell, the Jamaican patois like really good. The sad part is this stuff really happens. Yeah, I think we've all seen the druid who doesn't have their maple seed. Dwarf, you're absolutely entitled to feel that way, and I'm not going to tell you to feel otherwise. You could still like something. I would invite you to still enjoy something despite that, because if we're being honest, who's going to make that video? I can at least notice and respect that there's clearly an idea here. Does it have much discipline? Does it have much craft? No. It's bad. But what I do like is that this person, whoever they are, they made me giggle. That's it. And sometimes, when you're making content, which again, making AI content's kind of, ugh. But when you're making content, you still have to be willing to be bad, and to try to find yourself. Because here's the thing. If this person isn't that passionate about it, right, they're going to lose interest, and this will just be a blip on the radar. We'll never think about it again. But maybe this person is passionate, and they use this as fuel to, like, actually make something in this vein later. I would be happy with that outcome, especially if someone feels like, I want to make this thing, but I can't make the troll move in any way that makes sense. I guess I'll have to learn how to animate. I think that if that can at least be used as a good motivation, I think that would be a net positive. Well, okay, but Dwarf, let's be honest. Voice acting of that level isn't free or even accessible. And part of the charm of it is that it looks bad. So, yeah, I mean, you are right. You are right that, yeah, you can grab a model viewer for free. I can tell you that were I to recreate those, and I have most of the skills and know-how to make something like that, I think that I could probably do it quicker, more readily, and better than a AI could. And I think that's encouraging because I'm like, I mean, wait, hold on, let me cook here for a second. Why don't I just make something like that? What about that would be superior to anything I would make? Okay, first off, I need a very charismatic person with a Jamaican patois. I'll have to do the casting. Anyone here from Jamaica? That's your chance. Or can you do a very convincing, but not like, I don't know how to say this, but like a Jamaican patois that sounds offensive? I don't know if it, I mean, that's a whole sticky wicket. But we need someone charming like that troll. We need that at least as a voice actor. I can't do it. I can voice act myself and a gnome. I'm trying to think. See, now I'm trying to think. Okay, hold on. Now I'm thinking about something else. I mean, I still wanted to do this leveling challenge thought idea, but now I'm like, what kind of skits could I do? WoW model viewer and the turtle client are mostly free. No, I'm not doing that. I do everything in game, the way machinima is supposed to be done. You're over there with your technology, and I'm like, nah. It's got to be organic and real. Otherwise, it's not believable. It's like staging a photo as opposed to actually you know, being there for the real thing. Is Blackwing Guard raiding with Insomnia? Kind of. Like, a lot of their raiders are in our Nax and Kara 40 run. Maybe like a handful, like 10 of them maybe. Lax Elf, what do you have any like experience or practice or okay, let me first start by saying Mike's going to be like 10%, maybe. Like if you have a very, very bad mic, yeah. But like if you could scrape together like I would say like $40, you can get a passable mic. The difference between that $40 mic and a $70 mic is substantial, but around that level, the additional stuff you're gonna like be getting is kind of, you'd have to be an audiophile to notice or care. Oh yeah, I mean, Dwarf, Blackwing Guard is a guild agnostic raid team. We don't care what guild tag you have. We just want you to show up to raids, listen to directions, and shit like to show up. That'd be good. Show up, do what you're supposed to do. And we're on a cumulative SR system as well. We've been doing it for Kara 40 and now during the holidays a lot, and raids have been kind of joint. Yeah. Yes. Oh, Feronia, you won't believe who actually joined us for Nax Ramus last night. We had Tank show up. I don't think Tank, you know, he's moved on, done other things, so he still comes back every now and then. Yeah, Tank. The Tank. It was nice. There's like a part of me that, even though I guarantee I'm older than Tank, you know, Tank coming back and doing an axe with us, and like, I feel like a proud kid. I'm like, look, Tank, look what we did all on our own without you. And like, aren't you proud of us that we can do this? And it's thanks to you that we're this good now. Yeah, Feroni, I think like back in April or May, there was a great cleansing, and they went through, they reassigned stuff, they took away roles for people that hadn't been to raids in a while, which I mean is fair enough, you know. Yeah, Tank is kind of young. You say smart, Feronia, but you know what they nuked? They nuked the roleplay channel. I did not appreciate that. Roleplay channel is where I post all my insane rantings about what Vrograg's really up to. Which, right now, he's a dryad. I wonder how he's going to fix the curse. Well, you know, Dwarf, that's one of the reasons why Blackwing Guard has the stance it does about not needing a guild tag to raid, because way back when we first started, you know, we didn't want people who were role players to feel like they had to leave their roleplay guild to raid with us. And I'm at least proud that we've been able to keep that heritage alive. When people even ask about it, like, well, why do you do that? Like, you'll just have people come and go. It's like, that's okay. Like, at least they're showing up, you know, and the loot rules are what the loot rules are. So if we can allow people to be in the communities they want to, while also like sharing some of that with us, that's great. I Hate Nefarian is a great channel in the Blackwing Guard Discord. It's just where you go when you want to vent about something. Someone being a jerk in game, just being an absolute asshat, and you just want to let the world know what an idiot they are. I Hate Nefarian. That's the channel. It's great. Some real classics in there. Yeah, the Blackwing Guard Discord was always very supportive of me before I was the news orc, right? And a lot of the Exalted members, like, you know, longtime vet, like, they were the first people I ever showed any of the news stuff I ever did. I think without their support and feedback, I don't think I ever would have done all the stuff I've done. Okay, can I tell you guys an idea that I would love to work for a leveling challenge, but I almost guarantee I don't have the technological know-how to do? Hear me out on this one, though. Well, first off, I would need to be a bigger streamer. I'm pretty sure. But chat controls my keybinds. I do the targeting. I do the camera look around. All that. The spells and abilities I use, chat would have to, like, do a command. And I think this would only work with Twitch integration, I think, if it could work. And then it would feed a thing. So, like, you know, let's say, not only that, like, can you imagine how bad that would be, too? Hey, guys, I want to pull this mob. Let's say I'm a mage, right? They do counter spell. And then everyone else trolls me and then doesn't put in another offensive spell, and I just have to run. I think that could work, but I don't know what the leveling challenge would be. Chat. Exactly. So, like, there's like multiple layers of it, Feronia, because not only, like, there would have to be some kind of a way for the game to communicate, hey, you're in combat. Once you're in combat, you can start now taking, like, chat commands. So there would also need to be a way to, like, quickly turn it off for when I'm out of combat. So I don't know. I don't think it could pick up states in game like that. Maybe it could, but that would be real. That would be a fun way, I think. The reason I say fun is because it would be much more collaborative. Working name, Glue Huffer. I mean, also, if I'm being perfectly honest, if it was just the people that are, like, in chat right now, we could probably get pretty far. If I got any kind of traction, we would have issues. And you also have to imagine that there is delay. There definitely is delay. So, like, I have ping to the server, right? Which you also have to contend with when I broadcast this through OBS to Twitch or YouTube, to when you see it. So if you put the chat command in, my computer would have to see it and then automate something for my game to do, which then still has to go to the Turtle WoW servers. The lag would be real weird. But thank goodness I have NAND power. That'll make the difference. I should probably talk to some of my more technologically minded people. I think that could have legs too. I don't know if that's a challenge though, or if that's just masochism. We could do like a test run if I ever got something like that working. Just a test run, like, hey guys, I have Vrograg. Let's see what we can kill. Could you imagine a battleground? Battleground. Now there's the impossible challenge. Only level up through battlegrounds, which already is going to be an issue, because I might not just get a Q. Level up through battlegrounds with only Twitch commands issuing all of my abilities. I mean, heck, I think I would even settle for if there was a way for a script to read what chat says and then my character would say that. That would be super problematic, though. Well, I know they get traction, but I mean, if that's the only way I'm going to level, I could see that being tough. Yeah. Dying that much wouldn't be too fun. Oh, I missed my fish. There's so many animations they added to Triad, but not crafting, it seems. That's a shame. I mean, slipping, that's not bad, right? But what's the theme that keeps it together, right? I would imagine I might have to play Night Elf. I mean, there's worse fates. I could be a human. At least Night Elves are on a continent I know well enough. And also, like, I'm not saying this is necessarily a bad thing. I feel like the Demon Hunter stuff's done pretty thoroughly. It could be only level up when you kill a demon. Is it possible though? Hold on. You know what? We'll take a perusal on the database. Because I think to some extent you can kind of look at stuff based on... Maybe you can look at enemy type? Alright, so... Yeah. Alright, database... NPCs... Demons. There it is. Okay. We do have to be aware of the fact that I need something that's like level 5-ish to start. Looks like I could have something, right? So it would be Teldrassil or Durotar. Wait, no, there's little imps right there, isn't there? Only instant cast mages a spell. Well, hold on. Okay, so I would have to be like an orc or a night elf. I would... It's kind of a jump. Dark Shore. No, I gotta be Night Elf, I think. Okay, I think from here, though, once you get to... Hold on now. Okay, I wouldn't need to be a night elf, but I think the starting area is what kind of cinches it, right? If these are the only demons in game, I think it did. Do not ask me why it did, but it looked. I mean, if maybe it. I don't know, man. I can't tell you if your name reset. Assuming you're Larazia. Yes? Because I think you're the only one who talked about the votes. What is this? What's going on? Hando? Hando, what are you doing? What are you up to? Trying to mix in with the locals? All right, hold on. Let me, I'm really on this though. Like, I think there's enemies that aren't listed here that are still demons. The so-called vote. So, I mean, also with the vote thing, my understanding is that the option was, did people want Blackwing Layer now or later was like the big thing, right? It does seem weird to me that, I mean, I feel like there are definitely some more demons than what they're showing here. No, so, Obserosis. If I could bring this to your attention. I spent probably a good half an hour yapping about icon changes that I'm hoping to get submitted for 1.18.1. Let's use 100% of our brain capacity. This isn't me saying you're dumb. You're not. What I'm saying though is, think about it for a second. If I'm still in the process of submitting icons for the patch, does that seem like a patch that's ready to come out? Or does it seem like they still have some time? I don't know. BWL is going to be reworked with the patch. They made it clear that it wasn't going to be ready for the phase, so they asked players what they wanted. Okay. Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is I don't think it's ready. If I'm still working on icon stuff with the community, I don't think it's ready. You know something else I'm noticing here? You pretty much stay on Kalimdor for most of this. Slippin', I'm gonna say Demon Hunter is doable. I'm almost certain I'd have to be a Night Elf, though. I think for me to be a horde race, it's maybe doable. But it would involve me being a horde race, doing like a little bit in the starting zone with a couple demons, and then extricating myself to like Dark Shore. And then just grinding there. I don't know. Well, that's another discussion. I don't know what class I'd do. But if it have to be Night Elf, I'd be locked to those options. Nah. No, because again, like, High Elf don't have demons in their starting area. Like, the problem is, with that challenge, I need to be able to get to a point where I have options on where to go. And if I'm... Again, it's the database, right? We can't trust everything it tells us. Yes, I still feel like there are more demons it's not telling us, but... as far as options, like, what are Night Elves can do? Rogues, priests, druids, warrior, hunter? I think that's it. Am I missing one? They can't do major warlock. Can't do paladin. Can't do shaman, of course. Yeah. Dwarf, how much am I gonna have to hate myself? Anyone can get to Teldrassil's any race. I mean, yes, technically true. Lorazia, I don't quite know how PvP items work. Does that mean they're the vendors for their rank gear would become available, but now they'd have to wait longer? So they have the rank, but not the gear? Is that what I'm understanding? Hook me up with the Warlock summon. I mean, that could work until I die. But yeah. Oh, I see, Lorazzi. Okay. Wait, does that mean they can't rank up to 14? Or can they be that rank, but just not get the rewards? What do you mean a lot of people went and got rank 14? There's a very limited number of people that can get rank 14. I still think that's the case, right? How many people are we talking? Like, couple dozen? Also, PvP players don't exist. You can't. I don't think they're real. Who Alterac Valley? All these people don't exist in Alterac Valley. Huh. Are there 2 brackets to Alterac Valley? There must be. Yeah, Drazen, that's what I'm saying. Like, only so many rank 14s can exist. Right? And don't get me wrong, like, their effort should be rewarded properly, of course. But... By the way, like, I don't have anything against PvPers. I just don't understand the appeal. I've done streams that are just about PvP just to watch it as a spectacle. Does not mean I enjoy it personally, though. people who play StarCraft as a racing game. Well, I also enjoy people that play Smash Melee, which is a children's party game competitively. So I mean, I'm not gonna throw stones in this glass house. So I was just curious about that. But I mean, going back to my initial point, Larazia, about like why I think the vote was a bad idea, it's a good idea to get community engagement. But if there's a certain way you want it done, then say so and do it. If they're genuinely in a position where, like, we don't know what you guys want, well then, I guess if that really is how it all crumbled, you know, Ambershire has no one to blame but themselves. And this is why we should move to a monarchy. Blow up Ambershire now? Nah. Unless the only thing I don't like about Ambershire is fresh chasers. That's it. I don't, much like PvPers, I just don't understand the appeal. I'm not gonna tell them they're wrong for liking what they like. I just don't get it. It's like manufactured competition. Remember before Epoch launched, everyone was all like freaking out about it, and they were asking if I was going to play Epoch and all that stuff. Same thing I said then, I still say now. I'm like, I kind of want to let the fresh chaser stuff kind of die down before I try it. Like 6 months, maybe. I'll give it a whirl if it's like going strong. Let's see, Ambershire released when? Was it August? Yeah, I mean, missing out on predetermined content? What are you missing? Like, I think the things that I find interesting about a progressing server are like the weird gear permutations that make like BIS setups, and like weird metas that are going to evolve only on Ambershire, because as they progress, like for instance, here's a really good example. Everyone's well aware of how busted strong right now fire elemental shamans are, right? Do you know who doesn't care or probably doesn't even know about it? Or does and just can't really do anything about it? Ambershire. Do you think it can flex fire elemental shaman in Molten Core? Nope. And they're going to have it fixed, I hope, before a raid where fire damage really matters. Right? So, like, that's like a microcosm. I'm sure, like, rogues are popping off really crazy right now, right? But then something will change with the meta. And they'll probably fix poisons. Hopefully, at least, curtail the energy regen being based on agility. Listen, it's really good, right? I think rogues should be the best DPS class, but not by that margin. Gotta be honest, not by that margin. Oh, yeah, actually, Dwarf, that's true. I just don't think parses and ZG matter as much. I mean, maybe they do a little bit. It's really strong, but it's a very niche pick. Do you know that there's actually an item I kind of want to try to get at some point? Let me... Hold on. We're going to take a little walk down into the... All right. So, Fire Elemental Shaman, the reason they're broken right now, really, is because the way it works is you do a Fire Shock, and then you have Molten Blast. Your Molten Blast does a chunk of the remaining dot damage as a flat amount of damage, and then re-ups the Flame Shock damage over time effect. Now here's where it gets broken. The initial Fire Shock, its damage and dot are snapshotted. So if you use Elemental Mastery, Natural Alignment Crystal, and anything else you could think of that might give you a percentage scaling buff on that initial Fire Shock, it increases the rest of your fire damage because you continuously re-up that initial Fire Shock, right? So I saw this item would actually increase it even more because it increases the base damage of the Fire Shock. Unfortunately, it comes off of Magnus. Dwarf, yes, they should. I think 2 weeks into the patch, I had a nice little heart-to-heart with the shaman designer, and I'm like, you know about this? Yep. Was it deliberate? Yes, but not the scaling part. Essentially, was the long and short of it. Is it going to be fixed? Yep. I thought it'd be fixed, like, in a hot fix. In a hot fix, guys. Maybe I was thinking wrong. Something like the rogue poison, like that needing to change, I could understand that needing like a more careful hand, need like stuff to change more about it. Like I understand that part, but the scaling part, the snapshot, I don't know, guys. Come on. What do I know, though? I'm just the news orc. Sorry, we're gonna. What do you think? What do you think? First of all, Blade is a fully bis rogue 3.5 tier. I'm a Nax bis elemental shaman. I also had to heal for one fight. But go to old steady here. I mean, there it is. I don't think they fixed it. Oh yeah, gaming raids with us, Dwarf. Lolad, when I was helping the shaman with class council, because I was like the closest thing they had, to a certain extent, as like an elemental specialist, I was like, one of the things that really feels bad about the class is that the lore and flavor of an elemental shaman implies that you have a level of mastery and ease of the elements that no one else does, including the enhancement shaman and the restoration shaman, right? So why is it we only have one damage type we do. Like, we have other damage types we do, but in practice, there's only one type we do. Druids do more damage type than we do. Mages do. Warlocks do. And they could, in a commensurate way, do multiple types of damage. Obviously, Shaman's a complex class, but even with the Druids, they could at least have more than one damage type. And that was sort of like the basis of my argument of like, Shaman should have more than one way to do damage for Elemental. Also, AQ40 exists, and there's some fights that just say, guess what? I have more nature resist than you can get through with penetration. So I guess you're just not doing damage this fight. That never felt good, but I just knocked my earbud thing out. So yeah, that was part of it though, Lodad. That was kind of the central thesis of why I thought fire should do something. What's the top healing class right now? Probably. I mean, Swivzer. I don't want to entertain that. Because I don't... Healing parses don't matter, really. Like, because the only way you parse healing is by not being a good healer. Like, if you think about it, you're really not being a good healer if you're parsing. I would say the ones that are in a very strong position, as far as, like, sustain, effective healing, toolkit, buffs, all that stuff that healers bring to a fight, I would say everyone's in a good place. Obviously, as it stands, Shaman are still king of raid healing. Less so because they kind of broke chain heal, and they know about it and they haven't fixed it, so I don't know if they're intending to fix it. Paladins have some really great new parts of their toolkit they've been able to use that have made them a lot more flexible than a one-button healer as they used to be. Druids have like 2 different playstyles. I know they've been doing really well. And priests still remain your jack of all trades, master of none as far as healing go. They can do a little bit of everything. Which is the best tank? Rogue. Rogue's the best tank. Obviously. Like, the job of a tank is to not take damage, so that healers can file their nails and look cute, right? And guess who gets hit the least? Rogues. I'm sorry, it's science. But the turtle team is scared of a rogue tank reality. Also, Swivzer, like, you need... Okay, that's like me asking, what's the best sandwich? I mean, like... Are you looking for, like, peanut butter and jelly? Are you looking for, like some cold cuts? You're looking for something a little bit more off the reservation? I would say, I mean, obviously AoE got to be paladins. That's probably not going to change very soon. I think bears have probably some of the best single target threat if played right. Shamans are still getting their feet under them. They still have mitigation issues, I think. Warriors, like priests, are they can do whatever you need a tank to do. Are there any on which meters? The meters I'm looking at right now. So this is just for my raid. But you know what? Because I'm here, and it is in part my fault for even summoning this bad juju. Okay, so let's go to... Well, these are just all the recent raids that happened. I want to go to... Okay. I don't want to look up myself. I want to look up... I know there's a way to, like... Hold on. I'm going to make the screen bigger. Rankings. There it is. Okay. Okay. So let's look at... Is it just Echo of Medivh I have checked off? Yes. So this is Echo of Medivh, which is a DPS race fight, essentially. You have about a minute and some change to kill him before mechanics kill you. So it's a good way to check... well, actually, it's not even good, because I think he takes less physical damage over time. So maybe Patchwork, then? I'm trying to think of the best DPS boss to look at that gives equal play to all classes. Alright, let me bring up... Alright, and this is... During this patch... Alright, so since August, pretty much, right. So when I said, hey, I agree that Rogue should be on top, but maybe not by the margin they are, this is what I'm talking about. I do not know how this happened. This Paladin is just built different. Okay, I'm good. These are just the top of the top. A lot of the people that are up here did, like, heinous things to get here, right? It is full of yellow Swifzer. But there are some very strong warlocks, it would seem. Now, look, for instance, you'll see anyone who you're going to see way up, they have probably Mark of the Champion. You see that buff icon? That means a priest said you are the one who's going to do 5% more damage this fight. So, hold on, wait, am I on this one? I'm number 200, let's go! That's right, number 200, and don't forget it. Wait, hold on. Alright, so there are a couple warriors here. But I mean, there's a lot of shamans, a lot of rogues. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's a little imbalanced. But your boy Vrograg, killing it, number 200. Yeah, but we're doing so. Like, I don't reckon we should be doing that well. Shamans bring a lot of strength that isn't their damage. They bring strength through their buffs, through their utility. They actually have a lot of armor compared to other classes. They shouldn't be doing this well. They should be doing well, right? But I guarantee you, all of these are all fire shaman. I can't check this easily, can I? I almost guarantee you they're all elemental fire. I don't know how far down I'd have to go to check to see, but so there, there's that, right? Hey, you know what? Let's do effective heal and get you all riled up. Hadjo, I know Hadjo. It's just populating. Hadjo actually attended one of my PvP events in 2023, I think. Okay. How did that happen? Who's ready for a little investigation? Let's see this log from Patchwork, week 54. How did a single druid, according to this, do 4.2 thousand healing per second? Bring it to me. Also, Fire Elemental Shaman up top. Yeah, let's look at the healing. Nope, that's damage taken. Effective healing done. Okay, it's as crazy as I thought. Okay. Can a healer who knows Druid translate what happened here? I don't think this doesn't make sense to me. Feronia said spamming rank 1. But okay, well, let's give some context to this, right? So we're looking at regrowth. Let's go. What is regrowth? Regrowth. Uncategorized spell. I'm assuming heals a friendly target for 84 to 99 and another 100 over 20 seconds. So, okay, just seems like a hot. So how did that get them so good? We need to figure out who Croc is? What do you mean? They healed Croc. Oh yeah, good call. See, that's the kind of does it say who the targets were? No. Okay, let's when you pop Swiftbend, it cancels the HOTS and does instant healing. Okay. GCD is still, what, 1.5 seconds? So you're still limited to that. Does Swiftmend also have a GCD? I'm assuming it does. One of their regrowths hit for 500,000. Well, guys, I think we figured out that there problem. Also, now it's broken. Oh, there it is. I fixed it! Did I fix it? Oh, let's just do this again. Mind sending the log? You know, I'll do you one better. It's in chat. Okay, we want to look at yeah, damage taken. All right, this is a warrior. Took 49 hateful strikes and 1 auto attack. Received 278,000 damage. Okay, that's weird, right? Okay, let's start there. That's weird. Lucille seemed to heal more damage than Croc and everyone else took. So something's not adding up, right? Here's all the damage taken during the fight. Hateful Strike Soaker, probably main tank. Yep, main tank. And a bonus Hateful Strike Soaker. dumb enhancement shaman died. Normal stuff. And a mage that got hit by Enlighten, right? If I add all these numbers together, right, we're looking at like, well, it's right there, 450,000 versus that. How can you heal damage that doesn't exist? Oh, wait a minute. They went in the goo. In Patchwork, there's like a goo puddle, right? That takes away all your health. Exactly. To make you safer for melee. Is there a way to tell who's targeted? Like, who's the recipient? Oh, wait. Maybe? Hold on. I think it might say it right here. So Croc received the most of it. Yeah, it doesn't look like from these heals. Yeah, who got the rest of it then? Something sussy. And this is why having good, reliable logs matters for understanding and maintaining performance in your raids. Oh, that's kind of wild, though. So, Larazia's looking into it. You found the exact line where they hit for an insane amount of healing? Because, like, one of those heals must have just blown everything out of the water. Because, I mean, if we look at the rest of the... Hold on, let's select everything, right? Hold on. Oh, I said... This was a... They did 2 bosses? The hell's going... Like, what happened? According to this log, the only things they deselect all. Okay. And then if I do select all, right, I put everything on there. There's only a Patchwork and an Anubricon. So they did 2 bosses and left? The actors are not reflecting the amount of... It says exactly. So there's a number of things that are wrong with this log. This could be like a partial log or something got messed up. Okay, see, I can't see any of the damage amounts, right? But I can see they killed Faralina. Because we can see the loot from it for some reason. Croc was involved with it. So this is a cursed log. This I could believe. Oh, wait. Do you guys want to see if we can embarrass Murog? Do you think Murog's on here? She's 422. Again, healing parse is not a real thing. It's not a thing you should worry about. Just be an effective healer. Oh, hold on. What? This is Patchwork. Effective heals per second. I mean, I saw a mage? Shadow Priest I get. Okay, we're gonna have to look up this one. What did he do? Fire Bill? Oh my god. Guys, he's hacked into the Matrix! Okay, we gotta look up this guy in Armory. Do I still remember the Turtle Wow armor? It's like... I just Turtle Wow... Or Turtle... craft, GG, and then we do community, armory. This is legend, Fire Bill. Fire Bill. What a G. He said, you know what? I don't care that I'm a mage. Fuck it, I'm gonna heal. There he is. And he's a human. Of course he's a human. Of course he's like, yeah. Racials, I don't need them. I make my own class. He's built different. To the untrained eye, just a... What is going on? That looks like... Is it... Okay. How do you have Mithril Gyro Shot equipped? I haven't seen this. You can't. Enigma robes, fireproof cloak. This looks like your BWL AQ 40 geared kind of thing going on. Zero Fox rating. I don't think it is. I think this is gear. Zero Fox rating. Was that the name of the log? No, that's... Wait. Hold on. Mystery Machine. Interesting. I know it is. Oh, the bullet... How do you transmog a bullet? It's an ammunition. Like, Wand of Fates makes sense. Also, you have to have Wand of Fates to get Wand of Fates, right? So he must have been doing some amount. I mean, we can see that he's done Nax. I'm just trying to figure out how he did Lesser Healing Wave. No, not even Lesser. Regular Healing Wave. Excuse me. He took damage from Spirit Link. And he is a mage, right? Yeah, it is. Yes, has to be a mage. Yeah. Okay, what if I... He heals on more than one fight. Okay, hold on. He's doing chain heal too? Okay. So there's probably a shaman doing mage stuff. So let's see if we can see that. Yeah, because we see here for damage done, we don't... Fire Bill here did Molten Blast. Interesting. I didn't think you could do that. And Earth Shock. That's the kind of thing that a healing shaman would maybe do. Right? So let's try to find a shaman who's doing mage stuff. Make it make sense. I don't get it. I don't know how I arrived to that conclusion, but I don't know what else to make sense of it. He is the true master of elements. I'm jealous, genuinely jealous. How did he do that? They hacked the log. Well, Feronia, it's not even hacking logs. You can just, it's just a text file. You can just Control F and just do stuff if you want. The thing is, though, is that that's a very, like, why would you do that? Like, this is such a bizarre thing to do. I don't know how you could do that. If you know what I'm saying. Oh, this is what I get for looking at logs. You guys, this is absolutely crazy. Have I ever seen another mage? That's the question. Let's just kind of scroll up, see if we can see light blue. I mean, it's just got to be a weird fluke, right? Do. I want to see. What was I on damage done? That was on healing. There we go. Listen, Turtle WoW devs, open your mind. Rogues can heal. Sadly, it looks kind of like a paladin, but Sinny Rogue. Let's look up that name. Sinny. Was it just Rogue? I think it was. SYNY Rogue. Let's see this absolute unit of a rogue who said, I don't need to do damage. I'm going to heal. Also a human. Interesting. Yeah, it's just a weird log thing. It's got to be. Yep, looks like a rogue. Can confirm. Got Iblis, Hatchet. Yeah, okay. God, you can do better for rings. Come on, man. You can do better. You know, I've done so little fishing today. I'm kind of embarrassed. But I really do need to do... Hey, when I'm done streaming, anyone want to do an Emperor run? Or just the boss right before the Emperor? The Molten Giant, so I can get that totem and be a toxic part of the problem. It's not my fault. It's the Turtle Team's fault. But imagine what I could do with that totem. Be pretty cool. Imagine how excited I would be when I showed you guys the logs. I'd be like, oh my god, I did it. And then no one cared, but I cared. Interesting. Does anyone have any fun plans they're doing tomorrow? I just remembered today that it's going to be New Year's Eve tomorrow. That means I have a half day at work. And I'm doing the first ever, the inaugural turtle drop. No, I'm not. I actually don't know what I'm doing. I have a feeling Murg's going to kind of come home and tell me what I'm doing, though. I have a sinking suspicion. Really? Grokka, are you really? But you're a useless hunter. Oh, what time is it? I gotta check what time it is. Oh, damn. I don't have time for one. I gotta wrap up. Boy, I did a lot of yapping today. I thought it was like maybe 5. It's already like 6:45. Oof. Oof, that hurts. Grokar, I know you. I know what you're capable of. I'm just teasing you because you're a hunter right now. Murag will be hoped to, I know. I thought I cast. Yeah, so I'll wrap up there because your boy Vrograg forgot to check the time. I am going to take this robe off after stream. Hope you guys enjoyed my half ponytail. I liked it. It makes me feel like I'm Liam Neeson. So look at that. Look at that. Woo! Obi-Wan, don't be so hasty. Let's see. Is there anything else? Nah, man, we're chilling. Raukangren probably won't be doing Warcraft Wednesdays tomorrow because I think I'll have plans, but I had intentions to. But I intend to do Warcraft on Wednesday, so next Wednesday if not. All right. So everyone, until I see you again, be good to yourself. Be good to one another. Remember, when you're playing games, the object is to have fun. So if you're not doing that, figure it out. And as always, remember, deadliest weapon is knowledge. Bye, guys.